Okay. Hello. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everybody. So today, uh, as I've kind of been blasting it out, man, we're supposed to have a debate between myself and Dave A. Pandeist, but he hasn't really showed up yet, or maybe he won't at all. I don't know what happened. He's not really getting back to me. Hopefully, he'll pop in. But the debate, as I've been advertising, it's on duality versus non-duality. Um, if anyone's interested in jumping in and taking his place to debate me, I'd be more than willing to do it. But until he actually shows up, I guess the show must go on, right? So am I going to debate myself or what's the deal here? Well, I guess what I'll do is kind of go over the topic and maybe give you the non-dual view as it is. This is the view that I espouse. So basically, guess I'll get right into it. Non-duality is comes from a Sanskrit word, Advaita, meaning not two. It's basically the concept that emphasizes the interconnectedness and unity of all things. So it sort of suggests that fundamental distinctions between concepts like the self, the other, the subject, the object, or the absolute and the relativity or the relative are ultimately illusory. Not that it's not real, but it's sort of an illusion. What I'm not saying here is that non-duality doesn't deny the experience of duality, or that it does deny the experience of duality or perceived separateness, because it doesn't. We all know that, you know, there's a distinction. We define things. We have words because we have distinctions, references. So non-duality isn't a denial of the usefulness of that experience of duality or the separateness in nature that we perceive. Indeed, a dual perspective is actually vital for success, for meaning, for demonstrating love and concern. Because look, without an ego self, I wouldn't know which mouth to put the glass of water to drink it. You have to see yourself as separate from the glass, separate from the other person. And you have to put an emphasis on self. We've evolved to kind of do that in order to survive and procreate and all that good stuff as evolution tells us. But the argument here is for a fundamental truth about reality. That, at its core, all things are really interconnected. There's only one reality, that we are as beings, and that beingness or reality is one thing. So the view is that we're like a drop in the ocean, you know. So we are the drop in the ocean, but we're also the ocean because we come from the ocean in that analogy. So our local experience is that of limitation, of interpreting things, interpreting perceptions, feelings, emotions, thoughts, judgments. You know, this is the basis of our emotions and our reactions to things and how we deal with life. So we exist as finite beings, but within a greater reality of just one being. You know, we are an activity, or we're like an excitation of that same reality. And there's scientific descriptions for what I'm pointing out as well, you know, objective science, as well as a more mystical and experiential reality. And I can describe all of these things as supporting the non dual truth or perspective of reality. So, truth, as I'm using the word, is that which is in accordance with fact or reality. So, we can observe truth subjectively and subjectively or intersubjectively. So, I'll kind of demonstrate non duality using both approaches here. And, let me know if I'm kind of going over anybody's head or if you need me to clarify anything. If you're out here and you want to, take a look at what I'm talking about, really understand it, trying to be as clear as possible. But the core concept at its heart is that non-duality suggests that there's a single underlying reality of consciousness from which all things arise, into which they eventually return to. It's a rejection of dualism. So it challenges the common dualistic view of the world where things are seen as separate and distinct entities. That's the fundamental truth. Oneness and connectedness is part of that. Non-duality emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and suggests that we are all part of a larger unified whole. So one of the things I like to ask folks, let's say you're looking at trees. Let's say you're looking at a forest of trees, a whole bunch of trees. And I'd ask my son or my daughter, how many trees do you see? And they'll say, like, I don't know, hundreds. I can't even count them. There's hundreds of different trees, right? This kind of shows separation. But the trick here is to understand that there are things that we don't see, that our mind, our vision, our perceptions are limited. What we don't see is what's under the ground, like the roots that all the trunks connect to. And so the trees are kind of like extensions of that one trunk. So this analogy is kind of the same thing when it comes to the overall reality. So how is the trees that we see of reality all interconnected? So this is when I like to point to science, and I'm not a quantum physicist. I'm not a big science person. I read a lot of science. I'll be honest with you. I do watch a lot. I love science. I love learning about how reality works from every perspective, right? So in quantum physics or quantum mechanics, there's this thing called wave particle duality. And so what quantum mechanics is showing us here is that light and other matter can sort of exhibit both wave-like and particle-like behavior, and this blurs the line between the distinction of entities, and it reveals a unified nature of reality. So this gets into non-locality or quantum non-locality. And describes the apparent ability of objects to instantaneously sort of know about each other's state, even when they're separated by really large distances. So a phenomenon also, often associated with quantum entanglement is non-locality, and it challenges the classical concept of locality. So even there was a Nobel Prize awarded in 2022. Bell's theorem, which was to close all the loopholes to see if this is really true, if this quantum mechanics is going to win, or if maybe there's these hidden variables under the ground that we don't see, kind of like the trees that sort of give rise to what we experience in reality. And Bell's theorem was subsequently confirmed through these experiments, establishing a rather non-local nature of the quantum world. And this is how they won the Physics Nobel Prize in 2022, that local realism is false, that it's more like a non-local reality at the fundamental level, and this supports non-duality, of course. And recent, research suggests the possible experience of non-local correlations stronger than those predicted by theory, further expanding our understanding of this fascinating phenomenon, of non-locality, right? So I won't get too far into that, but there's other things you can look at. There's an interconnectedness of shared origins, right? You ever heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about how we're made of stardust? We're all literally made of stardust. I think he's going back to Carl Sagan, saying that we are the universe that's observing itself, right? So the elements that make up our bodies and indeed everything around us were forged in the heart of stars and scattered across the universe, for one thing. Then we've got ideas like the holographic principle, and this suggests that the information content of a region of space can actually be encoded on its lower dimensional boundary like a hologram. So rather than being contained within its volume, it potentially implies that our 3D universe is a projection from a two-dimensional quantum state. So we're kind of like fractals off of this larger, context that we don't really see, and of course, in our everyday experience. And this was sort of inspired by black hole thermodynamics. But when you actually extrapolate these principles, you can apply them to the entire of reality, actually. So the holographic principle emerged from studying black holes, their entropy, which suggests to us that the maximum information within a region scales with its surface area, called the Birkenstein bound. You can all look this stuff up, but not its volume. So that's kind of key there. So we have information encoding, So the core idea is that all the information about a region of space, including its contents and dynamics, are encoded on that two-dimensional boundary, or horizon is what they call it. Okay. So like I said, I'm not trying to get too deep into that, but you can look all of this stuff up and understand this is not very controversial at all. This is just what, we learn from particle physics and quantum physics, and people who study this, like Leonard Susskind would be a good name to look up about the holographic principle. Stephen Hawking was part of that discovery when he was, talking about black holes. And there's a string theory connection to this too. Now I'm not really sure if string theory is really proven. It's sort of like and again, holographic principle sort of comes out of that too. But the holographic principle finds a concrete example in what we call the ADS/CFT correspondence theory. It's a duality within string theory that relates gravity in a certain space-time, ADS, to a quantum field theory, the CFT, on its boundary. So the implication here is that if the holographic principle is true, it could mean that our three-dimensional universe is fundamentally a projection of a two-dimensional reality, like a hologram, right? And then we don't have to go that deep. We can look at the Big Bang theory, right? The Big Bang is just a model that describes pretty successfully what we understand about the evolution of the universe. So the universe began as a single, incredibly hot and dense singularity, or a point, which rapidly expanded, and it continues to, stretch, suggesting a unified origin for everything. So cosmology and the evolution of the universe, studies of origin, evolution, the structure of the universe, all reveals how everything we see, from stars to galaxies to planets to life, emerged from the early universe. We're part of a causal chain. Even this idea of a self, this idea of ultimate free will, is sort of an illusion. Everything about our limited mind is an illusion, right? And if it can be an illusion, then it just means that we don't understand everything as it's presented to us in our conscious experience. It's a limitation. It's an illusion. Not that it's not real, and not that we can't transcend all of this, because we can, through mathematics, through tools of science, and through philosophy, and through other things. And I'll get into those other things. So we have fundamental laws in unification. So Newton's law of universal gravitation. So this law demonstrates that the same force of gravity that makes an apple fall to the ground, for example, also governs the movement of planets around the sun, unifying the celestial and terrestrial realms. So again, there's this pattern of regularities that exist. Like I said, quantum mechanics, the theory that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the atomic and subatomic levels, reveals a world where particles be in multiple places in a superposition at once, and are interconnected in ways that defy our classical intuition, that limited experience of how the world works. We know that we can observe these same laws just break down at a certain domain of reality. That fundamental domain, the very bottom. And that's kind of what's non-dualism is sort of resting on. And this is why there's a quest for a theory of everything. Physicists are constantly searching for a unified theory that can explain all the fundamental forces and interactions in the universe. And this suggests a fundamental oneness that underlines all phenomena. So the intuition here is that, space-time is not the whole story. That there's this deeper level that sort of combines quantum mechanics with gravity and classical mechanics. There's something that combines it all together, this oneness. So that's sort of the scientific perspective that I'm kind of giving you. But like I said, there's another way to look at this. There's another way to find verification of non-dualism. So we find oneness from what we call a mystical perspective or a religious experience or just an everyday experience, actually. And I can show you this through meditation. Very simple. You could close your eyes right now and try to, think of, watch your thoughts fleeting thoughts. What you can't stop your thoughts. They just sort of come in and out involuntarily, right? Now, there's some meditators that know how to actually stop all their thinking altogether, and they create this unconsciousness, right? But that's very rare. So, for practical purposes, I could say this, that there are many people over time and culture that report like a first person subjective experience of oneness. Now, these people can come from diverse religions, different spiritual practices, cultures, societies, backgrounds, ethnicities, and can yet all agree on a few core, experiences that they all have in common. So that would be pretty simple. The number one would be the feeling of oneness with reality. Number two is because of that, you get this deep feeling of love and connection to other people, animals, natural objects, nature itself. Pretty ineffable stuff. And the third thing that kind of shows a core um, commonality is that it's always a life-changing impression given, right? So it changes the way your attitude in life in a very profound way. And this is why I'm a non-dualist, is I've actually practiced this stuff for about 15 years, 15, maybe close to 20 years, more so in the last 5 years. But through things like deep meditation, right? You can have this experience. If you know how to meditate, you get really good at it, you can be in touch, you can access this sort of um, impression. And then you've got flow state practices. And what I mean by that are things like sports. I did martial arts coming up. I do music, write things, create things. And what happens is when you get immersed and focused and dedicated to a particular focus, right, or an object, then you lose all sense of time. All your worries sort of go away because your mental focus goes on to one thing. And if you practice this enough, you have this feeling of oneness. You know, you have to really do it to really know what we really mean by oneness. But you can also get this through experiences with hallucinogens. People who nearly die, like these near-death experiences, or they go through very traumatic experiences where they think they're going to die or they're in grave danger, and then something happens where their mind, where it just shuts down, and then they're sort of open to this different access to how reality can be experienced, you know. Again, it's like a religious or mystical experience when people go through these NDEs, as they call them, or, traumatic events. All these sort of experiences can lead one into a non-dual realization of subjective reality. Although it's rare, not everybody's going to have these sort of, and it takes a lot of dedication to get into the frame of mind, because you got to understand, we're so used to duality. We're so used to getting up in the morning, putting on our socks and shoes, getting in our car, operating our motor vehicle, doing our job, dealing with people. We have to be always keyed in to duality to be successful. Like I said, it's very important that that we're in this dual experience. That's why we have this dual experience. It's what helps us to move along in this dimension. But it's not the whole story, is what I'm getting at. Like I said, I've achieved this realization through my own meditative practices over the years, and also several experiences I've had with DMT throughout my life. So DMT is dimethyltryptamine. It's a molecule. You ingest it. What it does is it quiets down the brain. And when that happens, you have this deep, profound experience of oneness. And everything that science is telling you, you sort of experience that. You sort of know it from an experiential level. You get past your, I guess, your frontal lobes, which handles your idea of separations, your executive functioning. That quiets down. And then you're able to just experience reality in a different way. So all of a sudden, like when I had that experience, it's like all of a sudden it was like my mind moved and shifted, and all of reality sort of merged into oneness. And my perspective of my conscious existence really just changed to include this oneness of all things, including all beings. And along with this feeling of oneness, I also experienced a complete love of all things, which I was also made aware is how a greater subjectivity views all these things. That was the impression I was left with. It was like being in God mode, so to speak, where everything was the product of one single event or purpose, meaning or reason. And that reason was love itself. That was the overall impression. And it's the same story you hear from other people who do DMT, other people who have NDEs, other people who have meditative practices and flow states. And it's all sort of converging on the same commonality. It was like shifting my consciousness into what I describe as a more vivid reality, or a true reality. The real reality that's actually happening. It was the most real thing I've ever experienced. It was kind of the one truth about existence that made manifest in my consciousness. And so after that experience, when I encountered people out in the world, on the street, as I walked outside my house, I was compelled to really see them as beloved beings. Like, I smiled at everyone, wished them all peace, love from inside my heart. And people noticed it. I could tell I was drawing more attention to myself than usual. People smiled at me, sort of thought that I was a really nice person or whatever the case was. And it really wasn't that. It's just that that was the natural drive, that impression. And if you do this stuff enough, it changes your perspective to where now, you operate that way. So to conclude, I've been able to kind of demonstrate to you that, the consensus of objective science points to interconnectedness at the fundamental level of reality through the most successful theory in science, namely quantum theory. And we can also find support through the origins of our observable universe, like the structure of the universe, what science calls fine tuning. I don't mean the fine tuning argument for God. I mean fine tuning in the scientific sense, that any sort of deviation from certain Physical laws will change things drastically from what they are. So everything is sort of connected to that fine tuning. In the appeal to various models, such as like the holographic principle, um, and also the Big Bang model. So you see the interconnectedness and how that works from a scientific perspective. Like I said, double check me, go back behind and take a look. It's all very interesting. And like I said, I can point to the mystical or religious experience, the perennial philosophy for the support of non-dual perspective. This can be described as intersubjectivity, which refers to the shared understanding and connection between individuals in a social context where meaning is created through our interactions, our communications, facilitated by empathy and the exchange of thoughts and feelings and experiences, and on and on and on. So our experience may be argued as just anecdotal, right? A lot of people say, well, these personal mystical experiences, they're just sort of subjective and anecdotal. But you see, when millions of shared experiences over time and culture and religious perspective are factored in, they now become data points, right? It's how science works too. Like the placebo effect is a very subjective thing, but we know that those have controls in science to see what works, what doesn't work, and people who actually believe that this pill is going to cure them or make their pain go away or whatever the case may be, that belief in itself integrates into their biology somehow. And it's a real fascinating thing. It's a very real, again, it's not even controversial. So, millions of people sharing these things over time, culture, factor into this non-dual perspective in a very rational way. And that was my whole argument I had prepared for today. Unfortunately, I guess my interlocutor did not show up, couldn't show up, which is kind of unfortunate. I was really looking forward to that. But again, if anyone really wants to come through and talk to me about non-duality, you're more than welcome. I've got the link right here, and we can do it, man. Um, or suggest anything else. I'm also into idealism, which is a particular view of reality, like a worldview. And does anybody out there want to have any questions or anything? Feel free to pop them in the live chat. There's not really too much I can say about that. Possibly another way for an experiential sort of view on non-dualism is not even a mystical experience, kind of getting to something more simple that anybody can sort of practice or do is ask yourself like, you know, thoughts, feelings, perceptions, emotions, judgments, anxieties. If you notice anything about these things, they're fleeting. They change. They tend to change over time, right? You're never going to always feel one way, right? For many reasons, for whatever the reasons are. But you're never going to be stuck in one mode of thought or one experience. They're always changing. And this is what I mean by limitation. So limitation is just having a start and having an end point, right? But when we talk about unlimited mind, unlimited, so that would be the opposite, like not having a start point, a stop point in it. So one thing you can say is like, at this moment, I am feeling hungry. At this moment, I am feeling full after I ate. At this moment, I'm feeling scared. Then when something changes, at this moment, I am feeling not scared. I am feeling this. I am feeling that. I am perceiving this now. I'm perceiving that now. The one thing that never changes, if you notice in that language, is the words I am. The I am is always there. It's always the witness of all these changes. So you're just seeing it from a perspective of unchanging. You're seeing these perceptual changes, these thoughts come and go. Meditation helps you to realize that even deeper. But even just here, you can just kind of understand that you were the same I am when you were a small child as you are as an older person. Now you're a different person. You're totally different. You have more knowledge about things. Maybe you've picked up different habits from when you were a child. But that I amness has always been there. So it's unlimited in that way. And when you do these psychedelics and you do these deep meditations, you sort of understand this privileged position of the I am. And you sort of understand that this identification with a self is sort of an illusion or is a deep illusion. And when you let go of the self, that's when you start feeling the oneness, that profound letting go of the self, that ego dissolution. When that goes away, you have no other choice but to be immersed in oneness, in this feeling of peace and love and all of this other cheesy sounding stuff. And that I amness is just pure subjectivity, man. It's pure subjectivity. And the nature of subjectivity is to experience. There's never a time when you're not experiencing. Never, because number one, there's no you, there's only experience. The you, the self, is an illusion. You can demonstrate that. You can see that clearly. But the one thing that continues is this experience, this ongoing witness. It's always there. Someone will say, well, what about anesthesia? Suppose you take in, like I had, surgery a couple years ago. It only took like 30 minutes or so or whatever. But someone asked me, well, what does that do for your non-duality? You went through anesthesia. Did your experience continue or not? I'm like, actually, it was like I was being counted 1, 2, 3, and then I went under and I was coming back up. So I sort of lost time. I lost a big chunk of time and events that I wasn't there to see, but the experience kept on going because you can never experience non-experience. That's what I mean by experience. You can never experience a non-experience, right? So subjectivity just continues. It just continues on and on. It doesn't stop. I may die, but experience itself will continue somewhere in some experiencing person. And if it can happen once in this universe with me, the probability is that it will happen infinitely, right? Like that's what experience does. That's what subjectivity does. It continues. It's the only thing that it's there to do is to experience, not experience. So in that way, that's what I mean by unlimited is that you have this field of experience. And someone may ask, well, how why then do we have this experience of unhappiness and anxiety and sort of these negative things? It's kind of like looking at the sky, you see all these clouds, these patterns of clouds. And if you look, sometimes you have this little blue, patches of blue. And maybe you could say, oh, there's blue clouds and there's gray clouds. But if you look closer, the blue isn't the cloud at all. The blue is the sky behind the cloud, and it's always there. It's just that these clouds get in the way. And when these clouds get out of the way, you're back to your essence, man. You're back to that blue sky. And that blue sky in this analogy represents the unchanging, unlimited being. You know what I mean? It's like that you're always in that peaceful place if you can just get past the clouds, if you can see past the clouds. But if you're so focused on the dark, gloomy clouds, you'll never see it. And sometimes you're just not going to see it. You're a limited mind. You have chemical problems in your brain, balance your, chemical imbalances, or you don't eat any food, you get irritated, these physical things, are part of you, and you sort of embrace them and you start to identify with them. And it's a very natural thing to identify with the ego and identify with these feelings. And you can even start having this illusion that they're happening to you. But actually, that's not what it is, man. You are experience. There is no self. Neuroscience tells us that. The mystical experience tells us that. There's no self. It's an illusion. And when you are able to dissolve the self and dissolve this ego, then you're able to sort of understand who you really are. And you are just an experience. You're on a ride. You had no control of when you were born, where you were born, your genetic predispositions. You're part of that causal chain of everything that's ever happened in events that has ever happened in reality. And you're just partaking in that. You're participating in that reality. And so all of these experiences are just there. As a local limited mind, you're just there for the ride, which can be a very peaceful, reassuring sort of thing if you think about that. Because you don't have to really suffer as much as we do when you understand things that way. When you think you have all this control over things, that illusion can drive you crazy because you're always after changing your situation. You're always trying to escape this suffering, escape this lack of things, this need of things. And you don't realize that this little person, this little homunculus that you've imagined inside your skull is driving your little car around like a soccer mom or something. And that's really not what's happening in reality. It really isn't. And when you can sort of rest in that, it can bring you a lot of peace. It can really balance you out. And the way to really get into that peaceful mode where it can become more regular for you and more healthy for you is just don't try to meditate and do these things all the time, but just do them enough. Have that experience at least maybe once or twice a week. For me, that's just for me. Some people meditate, some people do hallucinogens every day. I don't think that's necessary. If for me, if I can get into, you know, escaping reality by meditating or writing songs or working on podcasts or deep conversations or get focused on something, for a good couple hours a week, that can be enough to really level you out and help you see that, you start eventually, you start to embrace the idea of non-dualism. And it's a very peaceful way to live. You start to see things different. The shift is sort of magical. And it's not something that um you have to forget if you just practice things enough. It's not a faith, it's not a belief, it's a practice. It's something you can experience every day at any time. And I'll be honest, it's not something that I have to have. Like, I don't need to always remember that I'm a non-dual being. I love being a dual person. I love playing the game of life. I love the challenges, the fight, the game of life, the chess. I enjoy it. It's part of life. There's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy it. I do it. I go to work. I focus on my job, interacting with people brings me satisfaction. It's great. But I also like to stay in touch with this non-dual perspective because it provides balance for me. Because look, it's not a matter of if things get bad for you. It's a matter of when. You're going to get sick, man. You're going to get really sick. You're going to get some bad situation in your life is going to happen. It could be a death of a loved one. It could be, God forbid, the death of your child. It could be not even that extreme. It could just be some pain that you have to deal with all the time in your neck, or whatever it is, whatever your ailments are, whatever your suffering comes to you. That's going to challenge you and drive you into a depression if you let it. Because if you're so identified with this ego that when I lose my job, or when I lose my house, or when I lose my car, what am I going to do? Lose my identity? What am I, a piece of crap now because I haven't sort of lived up to this identification anymore? It was all great when it was happening, but at some point it's going to challenge you. It's going to really, throw you off balance to where it may send you into a spiral of depression, anger, and it happens to everybody. But the one thing that happens when people have near death experiences, when they sort of are forced into this non dual perspective through trauma or nearly dying, all of a sudden they come out with this view that, you know what, all of that stuff isn't important. Life is actually beautiful. It's actually a beautiful thing. As bad as their experiences were in life, maybe they were, being murdered, or somebody was trying to murder them, or they had their leg cut off in a war, blown off in a war, or some traumatic thing. And through that experience, they were able to shift their perspective. Somehow it just happened to them into this non dual peacefulness. And the core commonality with that was peace, oneness, interconnectedness, love, you know, um, embraced by reality. Some people interpreted it as a meeting with God, or meeting with some figure, or some loved one, or whatever the mind can generate for them to help make sense of the impression. It's ineffable. So when these people, in my opinion, when they come back from these near death experiences and things like that, I think they're just interpreting that non-dual experience within the confines of their culture, their religion, but they all have commonalities. That's the whole point. That's what I focus on, the commonalities. And like I said, you can get this through the near death experience, through the hallucinogenics, meditation, flow state, stuff like that. So it's if that's something that really intrigues you, or you want to learn more about what reality can be for you, I would definitely take a look at it. It's worth it, man. I always tell my friends, why don't you guys try DMT? And a lot of people are like, no, I don't want to do it, man. I don't want to go through that ego death. But I'm always like, but you have to try it once in life. Be a psychonaut, man. Be a scientist in your own experience. They can open up so much about your life. I remember when I was first introduced to DMT, I was living in California. I was living in Laguna Hills, and my brother came to live with me for a few months, and it was one of the greatest times that I've ever had. Just not even the DMT experience, but just being with my brother and us connected because we've always lived far, far away from each other for most of our lives. And but he came to live with me. I was living in Southern California, and somehow we got a hold of a shaman who was really just a designer drug dealer, and he had DMT, and we experimented. We set it up properly to where it wouldn't be a bad trip, and we sort of got into the attitude, so to speak, of what we wanted to expect and what we were open to experience. Because the thing is, you don't have to try to experience anything because something's going to happen to you when you ingest it. It's something's going to shift, something's going, and it's out of your control. And this kind of shows the self has no control over your experience. You have no control over your experience like that. It just happens. And you're on the ride, man. And we went on this ride, and it was very profound. For me, it was like going through a tunnel. It was like a synesthesia sort of experience where, I could see the music because we had little music playing in the background, and I could see the notes on the sides of the tunnel as I was shooting through it, and I blasted through. And I met the entities who conveyed all of this love and this impression that the meaning of life is to be more loving, to embrace all people, all things, to, you know, have that sort of trajectory. So I came out of that experience with this, very profound impression. And we did it again and a third time. And it was just, for weeks and weeks, I was just the most loving person you'd ever want to meet. I was just in that mode, that zone, that knowing, that knowledge of non-duality is real, man. I experienced it for myself. It's not just theory. It's just not scientific theories. It's not just people's anecdotes. I actually experienced it myself. And so it was very profound. And then, my co-host, Sophia, she's not here today. She's busy. But last year I went to Texas to see Alex and Sophia and her kids. And it was a great time. It was a great vacation. It was a nice long weekend. And we did DMT out in parks, in rooms, all over the place, out in nature, near lakes, near farms, zoos. And it was just an awesome, awesome opportunity to get, again, back in touch with the non-dual reality. And it left an impression that lasts even up till today. Like, it just made me stronger in this stuff. And yeah, you were more than welcome, Sammy. Come on through. It was a great experience. And Sophia, man, let me tell you what, Sophia is a wonderful person. She really is. And she really is a mystic, man. She's had a lot of great experiences. She can show you so much, teach you so much. We get along so well. Alex is a cool guy. Her children are sweet and smart. And I count it like a magical blessing or synchronicity that I've even met Sophia, someone who's after my own heart, somebody who understands these things that I'm talking about today. And I'll be honest with you, me and Sophia, we talk every day about non-dualism, idealism. It's like once you experience it in your life and you finally find another person and you guys are on that same wavelength on this stuff, it is very, very enjoyable because you finally have somebody that you can share these sort of understandings with, you know. She's one of my favorite people. Yeah, me too, man. Sophia is funny, man. She is a trip, and she ain't nobody to mess with at the same time. You know, but she's a great person. I've known Sophia now for I think 2 years. And like I said, my brother, we can talk about this stuff because we've been there together. Same thing. Me and my brother are close. We understand the non-dual. We've experienced it together, and it's a wonderful thing. Hey, Caleb, glad you could join me. I'm sorry our my debate challenger didn't show up, but I've just been talking about non-dualism. I don't know if you were able to hear it. You might have to go back and check it out. But hey, Caleb, man, nice to see you again. Um, yeah, it's I don't really talk about it too much. It's one of those things, you know. The thing about my worldviews is that unless you sort of have that core understanding about it, maybe you're an experiencer, fun to talk about, to share, to explore together. But if you're someone who doesn't really have an interest in that kind of stuff, it's fine. And so I don't like really talking about it because to someone like it's nothing that we have in common. It's kind of like a real major sports guy talking to somebody who didn't give a shit about sports. Like for example, I don't really keep up with sports and football and stuff. So when people start talking to me about sports and shit, I just zone out. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, whatever. Right? So it's the same thing. Everybody's different. Everybody has different interests. Some people can go through life and be fine, not knowing about any of this stuff. It doesn't matter. But I do invite everyone that is interested to try it, man. Try to get into some sort of meditation practice. Maybe go on YouTube and try it, look at it. Science may be sort of boring to you, but if you kind of look past the everyday, textbook sort of hard sciences, you won't get it. But if you look into more like the particle physics, quantum mechanics, you can sort of get your head wrapped around this non-dual perspective from a science perspective approach. But these sort of things aren't for everybody. Not everybody's, even a friend of mine the other day was telling me, he doesn't find my channel all that entertaining because he'd rather me talk about politics and, let's talk about Trump and all the bullshit that's going on with him. Or let's talk about what's going on with the Democrats, man. Like, let's talk about real things that affect real people in real time. I don't see that this non-dual philosophical sort of stuff makes sense. It's just not practical. But if you ever, have these experiences, it becomes addictive, and then all of that other stuff becomes meaningless. It really does. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a good thing. But it's like, Sammy said, you don't need that kind of negativity in your life. I mean, that's how you tend to look at it. I mean, a lot of people will disagree because people have to vote. People don't want injustice. A lot of people are infuriated with Donald Trump right now and his administration. And if we don't get engaged, we're going to go to hell in a handbasket. But for some reason, when you get into these sort of ontologies and worldviews and experiential, more importantly, it's one thing to talk about this stuff intellectually, which is all I can really do on my channel. That's all I can do. If all you guys could come to my house and we could pass the damn DMT pipe around, that's one thing. Or if we could all sit around and meditate, and if we could all get into that, Yeah. But other than that, we're just going to be talking about this stuff on a very surface level, intellectual level. And you're going to have to be open to even wanting to hear about this shit. It's got to be something that's not really going to bore you. Otherwise, it's sort of meaningless and stupid. But if you are that person that's meditated, or you are that person that's tried DMT, or that person that, you know, you'll have a deeper appreciation. Caleb says, I find politics important but stupid, if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. It is important. I'm not even gonna lie to you, but and this is what I said about balance. I was saying earlier that this non-dual perspective isn't something that you need to constantly be aware of. You're gonna lose balance and you're just gonna become a weird person. And I don't want to be a weirdo, but I do want to understand reality for what it is. I do want to understand that there's this everyday dual, you know, life that we all live and we all have to negotiate with. In other words, we're going to be bumping into objects all day long. But when you understand at a deeper level these other things, it's quite, peaceful. It just generates a certain, you know, impression on your life and attitude, and it makes life easier. It cuts down on all the suffering. You don't care so much about the things that you used to care about, your ego, and whether this girl likes you or don't, or this guy likes you or don't, or this job appreciates you or don't. It's like, okay. But you have to make these things important. I mean, I'm not saying these things aren't important. They should be. They really should be. But at least if you have a little balance, you can sort of have more energy to deal with that stuff a little better. Like, I'm an hour and a half away. Well, where are you? I'm in Pensacola, Florida. Sophia's moving down here soon, maybe, perhaps. I don't know, but she may be, or at least we'll be coming for a visit real soon. We should all get together, man. That would be good. For anyone who's interested in these things, man, you know what? I would love to have a place where people of like minds can meet, maybe once a month or whatever. And just, this is why I have the channel, to hopefully find out who my people are that can kind of gravitate to it. And we can at least meet here online once a week and talk about this stuff. That's the whole point of the discussion, is to talk about all of these sort of subjects. And again, um, it has nothing to do with other worldviews. Like if you're a theist, like you're a God believer, that's fine too. You don't have to be an atheist, or you don't have to be an agnostic or reject the God beliefs to do this. You can still appreciate non-dualism no matter what your maybe religious teachings are. Same with being an agnostic or atheist, obviously, because this stuff has to do with, science and experience and, the nature of reality, that doesn't necessarily entail like some old man in the sky or some metacognitive agent that's overseeing the universe. It's much more meaningful, in fact, when it doesn't have those things. Then you can look at things, other concepts like evil, the problem of evil, in a more naturalistic way. These sort of problems sort of dissolve away when you're more of a naturalist about it, and you understand that we don't have the kind of free will that we all think we do, as religions may teach. When you understand that you're sort of an experiencer and an observer, you have a much more compassionate sort of attitude towards others, because you understand that we are all just doings. You know, it's like I always like to say, we're not human beings at that point. We become being human. We're being first. And being isn't necessarily the concepts and the self narratives and the things that you create mentally. And Sammy says, I'm in Hernando. It's an hour and a half away, you say, huh? Well, come on through, man. I'm right here. I'm right here. We can meet halfway. We can make a field trip out of it, man. But I want to make sure if we do that we're gonna do something cool. You know what I mean? Like we'll have, maybe Sophia will have some um some candy for us, you know what I mean? So we can actually experience this stuff or we can do whatever. Hello, Von Eric. How you doing, man? Or woman, I'm not sure who you are. Caleb, how's it going, brother? Thank you for coming in.
No problem. So what happened to your debate buddy?
I don't know, man. He didn't tell me he wanted to back out, but he saw my messages this morning. I sent him the links and the format of the debates, and he said he was really down to, he's really a dualist. I think he was a Christian perhaps, and he wanted to really show that, dualism is obvious, and he wanted to make his point, and I wanted to really hear the best arguments from it and then let the audience see how it plays out. And then he just never showed up. So I was hitting him and he just never kind of came through. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, this
Unfortunate.
I was going to ask how did last week's discussion go? I wasn't there for that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We had a fun time actually. Yeah,
I'd say that's one of the few times that you've delved into politics with Trump.
Yeah. It was kind of like a little slapstick or whatever. I just wanted to sort of pivot from talking politics into kind of tying in some of the things that we usually discuss, like non-dualism and that perspective. How does it really relate? But, a lot of religious people, a lot of conservatives, a lot of evangelical Christians that I've talked to recently have sort of told me that Trump was kind of like a messiah. And I kind of thought that was really hilarious. So I thought, hey, why don't I show that? Why don't I do that for a show? Like, Trump is the messiah. What would most people think about that? And as it turns out, a lot of people aren't really fond of that idea.
I mean, you've seen some of the posts I've made on Facebook. It's like, I'm no fan of Trump. And it's he has I'd say it's accurate to describe he has a cult following. But it's like, if, like you were saying though, it's like, if I were to dispense all of my time into hating Trump, it's like I would end up killing myself, bro. It's like there's just no way to constantly be in politics all the time, every second of your life.
I know. And I've been kind of, I don't know how long you've been looking at the stream, but I've been talking about my experience with non-dualism, which is through like meditation practices, flow state practices, hallucinogens, just anything that can kind of trigger that sort of awareness. And what it does, the fallout from doing all that stuff, is that you stop caring about things like politics, and you stop caring. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily a good thing. I'm not saying that caring about politics is bad, or I guess what I'm saying is that for me anyways, is that I used to lose a lot of peace, and I would find myself in a lot of contention, arguing, back and forth with people about politics and about this and that. And what I've kind of came to at this point is that it's not really that important. The more important thing to me personally is that I'm always in a peaceful sort of state, a state of mind of peacefulness, and then I can deal with things better. I can sort of deal with things in a more relaxed way. Because if you're always uptight and angry and scared or anxious, like I go through drama at work like everybody else. Like you've got managers or people you have to deal with that want to push your buttons, trigger you. things that go on every day. But the way I am now, that stuff I have to deal with it, but I don't deal with it necessarily the same way. I don't have to storm off and get all angry. I can kind of calm everybody down and let's deal with it. Let's find a solution, you know?
Yeah, no, it's like with other things, it's a balancing act. To me, it's like you don't want to be completely apathetic to politics, but you also don't want to end up on the other end where you make politics your entire identity. Because I've seen plenty of those people where it's like their profile picture is of Trump, and it's just like that's all they talk about, and it's like, dude, what makes you happy? Can we talk about that?
What do they call it? The Trump derangement syndrome, where you have these people that just freak out every time he says something or whatever. Yeah, it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all, and it's the same thing with religion. I'll tell you. I used to be very wrapped up in that too, where there was a time in my life as a young man where I was a Jehovah's Witness. I'd studied all these different churches and religions and was bouncing around and doing things. And then I got with those guys, and, they're very proactive as far as, being extrinsic with it, going out and teaching the world and saving the world and knocking on doors. And so I would debate with pastors and Catholic priests and imams and all kinds of people. I was always into that. Like I was one of those apologists, and I was really well versed in my religion. And so I used to really count it a win when I could defeat a pastor or defeat a person, somehow. And it became a real big deal. But then, I started learning about epistemology and philosophy, and I started seeing that, I don't really have really good reasons for why I believe what I believe. So I met this atheist guy at work where I worked at, and he started asking me Socratic questions, the Socratic method, doing street epistemology.
Yeah.
And it wasn't known as that back then, but just those questions used to stump me. I'm like, man, I've defeated pastors and I've defeated Catholic priests, and here comes this atheist that's got me fucking stumped. Like, I don't know how to, like, I didn't think about it that way. Like, he's throwing curveballs at me. And eventually I just started embracing the idea that, you know what, the reality is that you don't really know what you're talking about, dude. Like, at the end of the day, you really don't know whether there's a God or not. You have no good reason. If you're trying to find a intellectual reason to believe in God, you're not there, man. And that was a hard pill to swallow, Caleb. Like, that one was an ego buster for your ass, man. Like, I didn't know, like, for a long time, I was like most theists, just digging my heels in and trying to come with argument. But I knew deep inside I was just fooling myself first,
Oh, no, I mean, I'd say I'd have a similar journey and thought process of where I went from, like, I want to get a win against this person, whether I was a theist or an atheist, at the time. It's like, but then eventually it's like, no, like, if I truly care about the truth, it's like, it's not about this dunking on people, It's
right.
Like, we have to have an actual conversation and just, you tell me what your beliefs and thoughts are. I can tell you mine. We can, crisscross and, just actually be human.
Yes. And just build an understanding at least, like, that's why I really appreciate people that, if a theist can come out and say, you know what, I don't know all the answers. This is a faith belief, and that's what it is. I respect that a lot more than somebody who's trying to browbeat me into believing these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And and see, here's the thing. You're doing the same as an atheist. So this is the difference, is that a lot of atheists, I understand that sentiment right there. There's a lot of atheists online And I think, Caleb, you jumped in on a comment I had with a Christian who was talking about that, and I was saying that, maybe you shouldn't really reach out to atheists to try to find reasons to believe in God. Maybe you should not do that unless you're looking for good reasons not to believe in God, because that's what they're going to offer you. I think most atheists are not in the game to support your belief in God online. I don't think that's what they're up to. I think most people are up to, like you said, dunking on you and making you feel stupid about it. And so, as a non-dualist, someone who sort of detaches away from those kind of things, I don't want to do that anymore. Like, I don't want to dunk on theists. I don't want to dunk on atheists. I want people to. I'm more concerned with what people do for others rather than what they believe. Because let's face it, people believe all kinds of things. I have weird beliefs according to a lot of people, and other people have weird beliefs according to me. But who cares? What are we doing for each? Am I bringing value to you? Are we bringing value to each other, to life in general?
Yeah, and I get it that there's a lot of frustration from theists against atheists when it comes to philosophy, because I get it. They're like, I've seen, we both of us are in groups of atheists and theists, and it's like a lot of atheists just don't give a shit about philosophy.
Right.
And so it's like there's just this disconnect that they can't overcome, and the conversations go nowhere.
Right, and that's why I was saying at the beginning of my little rant here at the beginning was that if whatever it is, if religion's not for you, if philosophy's not for you, it's okay. But if you're going to engage and try to, be a contrarian to these things, at least know what it is, at least know what you're talking about. Because you can't say, well, oh, philosophy's stupid, no one needs philosophy. And then you're not even realizing that in itself is a philosophical view.
Exactly. I was about to say, it's like, I don't believe in metaphysics. Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but that's a metaphysical view.
That's a medical, right? Like, we're all engaged in this thing. Now, if you're not interested in talking about it, that's fine. If you don't want to approach, if you want to still have a conversation with me about God or whatever, but you admit, look, I don't want to go down the philosophical things. It's not my thing. That's fine too. We can talk in another way about it, but don't shoot things down that you have no idea about because you're not interested in it. It's kind of like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, since Dave wasn't able to have a discussion with you, I was hoping maybe we could have a discussion.
Sure. I'd love that, man.
And I'm not gonna, I'll be upfront. I'm not gonna defend materialism, but I do want to like compare the two of non-dualism and materialism to try to get a better understanding of myself.
Okay.
It seems like on a surface level they're both pretty similar. Like not both aren't saying that there's two separate things, the mind and the physical. But so what would you say are the key differences between non-dualism and materialism?
So that's a good question because non-dualism doesn't necessarily entail idealism necessarily. You can be a materialist and be a non-dualist. You've got materialist monists. You've got people who believe all there is the material, and that we're all one thing. We all emerge from material things. So that's not really the problem necessarily. But if I was to take, like, which I do, I'm an idealist. So my view on non-dualism is, of course, the fundamental is the subjective point of view, right? So when I talk about, like, if in metaphysics, like if you talk to a non-dualist materialist they'll call him a materialist or physicalist monist is what it's probably called. more aptly, they will say that their metaphysic of beingness is the material world, whether we have direct access to it or not, right?
Mhm.
And so they're kind of saying the exact same thing as an idealist non-dualist who would say we sort of come from a mental or mentation, some form of mentation at the heart of reality that we don't have access to. We may or may not have access to. So we're both on the same ground. We're just making different fundamental assumptions. And they are assumptions. That's why it's metaphysics. You know, metaphysics isn't science. It's something different. So so if you ask what's the difference, the only difference is that the materialistic monist or the physicalist monist would say that, you know, I can prove that the core fundamental of reality is material because the brain experience itself, like this non-dual experience,
Mhm.
arises from the brain state. It arises from the firings of neurons in your brain, and those trace back to other laws of physics, physical laws, and we're all subject to those laws. We're all in a causal chain going all the way back to the Big Bang. And so that's where they derive their physicalist monism. Whereas, you know, hey Joel, how you doing? Whereas
Hey, Joel.
an idealist would say no, materialism is not the fundamental thing. It derives from some law of mentation. Now you could call this, you know, there's a lot of different ways you could go with it. You could say what do they call it? Motor skills, your motor sensory laws, right?
Mhm.
So in other words, your experience doesn't emerge from the brain, it emerges from doing shit. Like, for example, let's say an idealist would say, okay, how does the emergence of the experience of riding a bicycle arise? Does it arise from brain neurons, or does it arise from something else outside of that? I would say it's outside of that. I would say that the experience of riding a bike comes from riding a bike. It's the reason I say that is because somebody can give you a simulation like, and it's not, I don't think this is possible. This would be a falsifier.
Mhm.
You know, like on The Matrix. Remember that movie, The Matrix?
Oh,
And so like Neo, he learned how to fight kung fu and shit, right?
yeah.
They just downloaded this information into his brain.
Mhm.
So he didn't have to do anything. He just sat there and his brain neurons just became kung fu.
Yeah.
So he just understood all there was to know about doing kung fu by information processing in his brain. They hooked it up in his, you know, cerebellum or whatever. And if you read the book, it went to his cerebellum, did something in his neurons, and that information exchange caused a physical understanding
Mhm.
of doing kung fu. What I'm saying, an idealist would kind of reject that. It would say that's not possible, you know, or it doesn't, or there's no reason it should be possible. The way that you're going to learn how to do kung fu is actually doing kung fu. All that brain processing that goes on that correlates with you learning stuff is processing that experience into memories and into encoding. It's encoding what you're learning. That's all it's doing, so that you can go back and do it again. It's a simulation. So an idealist looks at it as all a simulation. So, but that simulation is generated by doing stuff. So if I want to learn how to ride a bike, I need to actually get on there and ride the bike, and then it becomes second nature. I don't even have to think about it anymore. It's been encoded. And now it's just a simulation. and I can do these things. So the materialist has to add an extra thing. The materialist is adding an extra brain function thing that they can never really define. It's never really defined. It's just an assumption because they see the correlation and they assume that this correlation is also the cause of learning riding bicycle. It's not. It comes from sensory motor laws in nature, which is all relative. This is the other thing. The reality is relative. So if you try to picture it, like say that before there was the universe,
thanks Einstein,
there's just, let's say there's no objects. So there's just this field. So I would say that there's this field of laws. This is an idealistic notion. There's this subjectivity. It's a law of subjectivity, or this field of subjectivity. Now, when you have a sufficient object that can process information, it can now relate to a second object. These two things can interact, right? Well, how does, like, say, an amoeba cell know its surroundings and react to its surroundings? It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have a nervous system, but it is embodied. It's a physical, what we would call an appearance, a physical thing that somehow is interacting with the world around it and evolving, learning, growing. It's because this little field of subjectivity that was always in the background kind of kicks in like a law, kind of like gravity, right? It's kind of like when you, like, gravity's always like tallness. Tallness doesn't exist, but as soon as you have something relative to measure against, now you can say one thing is taller than the other. You have this sort of idealistic law, this ideal, So that's kind of the difference. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. I feel like this, when we go back to the like the amoeba, like how does it know its surroundings and everything? And it reminds me of when I was researching unlimited associative learning, which is the type of information processing that is necessary and sufficient for very basic sentience for something like a single-celled organism. And I feel like it's like we could that might be like the precursor to something like consciousness. I don't know what your thoughts are on that sort of thing is.
Kind of this similar, because if I'm looking at the field of subjectivity sort of like a principle, like a fundamental principle, then it's not necessarily going to be expressed in everything that exists. Like a rock is not going to be a conscious entity. Now, you could argue that maybe the molecules within the rocks that make up the rocks are interacting with each other in some sort of basic, aware way, right? Maybe in some very rudimentary way. Like a lot of panpsychists sort of take this on. But see, the panpsychists, here's the thing about what you just said. Panpsychists love what you just said because they're going to say, yeah, exactly.
Even though I didn't mention anything about that.
Right, I know. You're right. And a lot of people, right, because that's why panpsychism, where it came from, it's like they take these ideas and they've sort of built on them. And they say, well, yeah, well, if what Caleb's saying is true, then yeah, you put enough things together, patterns with sufficient networking, sufficient information transfer, complexity, then emergent properties will come out of it, like an experience, right? But at what point, the problem is you have a few things. You have the demarcation problem, which no one has solved. Like, you don't know at what point does the consciousness sort of kick in. The other thing is you have the combination problem. Like, what law are we looking at that should take two different categories, like say like emergence of H2O, like, you know, one physical, you know, you combine one physical molecule with another, then another physical thing comes out of it. Well, they're all physical. That's the commonality. But on the other hand, consciousness is a whole different category, because consciousness doesn't really exist. It's real, but it doesn't exist. And when I say exist, I mean in the scientific sense.
No. So like how we would say, well, you know, a dream isn't real, but it's real. Like,
right,
it's happening, but what's
doesn't
happening in
exist.
your dream state is not affecting you on your physical body.
Well, it can. That's the whole point. Like, that's how we know it's real. Like, if your
that,
thoughts,
well, it's not affecting you as in like you're not gonna, you know, if you're in your dream flying, your physical body is
oh
not
yeah,
flying.
exactly, yeah. It's a simulation, right. Exactly. So the dream of flying doesn't exist. You know, that dream that we're talking about, the experience of flying, doesn't really exist. You can't really measure that, but it's real in the sense that you're actually thinking that you're flying, you know. And so it's kind of a hard thing for a lot of people to wrap their head around, because they'll say, well, how can something not exist and yet be real? Well, that's the whole idea of consciousness. That's what idealism is. It's saying that, you know, this experience, this subjectivity, isn't something you can measure. That's why we have a lot of materialists like Daniel Dennett, and I think a few others. I forgot what her name is. But they argue for this thing called illusionism. And they say that not only is consciousness doesn't exist and it's not real. Neil deGrasse Tyson was a speaker on this. He said, you know, you don't really think, you just think you think. Which to an idealist, this is kind of nonsensical, because how can you think about not think like
that? I mean, for me, that sounds like nonsense. So
yeah, well, that right. And see, the reason he said that you have to come to this conclusion, because if you're a materialist scientist, if you're a physicalist, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says he is, then there's really no evidence for an experience other than someone's report of it. There's no way to measure you flying in your dream. Like, I can't tell you how high up you went. I can't picture it. You know, it's all based on your reporting. And even if we could have equipment that could sort of create a picture of that dream, it would simply be a simulation of a simulation. It would just be a copy. It would be a correlation. So it wouldn't be the thing in and of itself, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says. He says kind of like, he said the whole problem with the consciousness people is they mistake the map for the territory. He goes, the thing is, just because you think you're conscious doesn't mean that you are the consciousness. Like, there's nothing to measure. But what a lot of critics came out to say, and even other scientists who reject that notion, would say, well, your exploration into what you're talking about right now is a mode of consciousness. You're using consciousness to tell me that consciousness doesn't exist. So you're sort of refuting your own theory. And a lot of people have said, and he says, I understand that's the only problem with my theory, is that I'm not sure how to get around that issue. But he's still sticking to his guns, because he said at the end of the day, no scientist can measure how much the color red weighs. You know, no one can measure how much the taste of chocolate weighs or how tall it is. Or he says, if you can't do that, you're not doing science. And if it's not science, it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, it isn't real. You just think it does. Which the idealist again says, this doesn't make sense. Like, there's got to be something missing in that theory.
No, I'd say that's definitely where at least certain materialists would lose me. It's like that sounds like
Yeah.
nonsense. But I mean, going back though to where it's like the one of the issues is like where does consciousness kick in? You know, if materialism is true, it's like, I mean, I'm not, you know, I have no idea when that would be, but like to me at least, it seems like what once life begins, which life itself, you know, that's a contentious subject. You know, it's like what is something that is alive? But you know, let's just go with what our current understanding of biology is, and you know, a cell is the most basic building block of life there is. It's like, well, once you get to that point of life, it's like, to me it's like consciousness would be beneficial to something that needs to stay alive. And so it's like at some point in the evolutionary chain of single cell life to what we see today, somewhere in there consciousness would appear if it already is in that single celled organism. Yeah.
So yeah, so are you familiar with Michael Levin? He's a biologist at Tufts University. He's doing some really cool experiments that he's written like dozens of papers on, and he's sort of worked with a lot of different biologists, neuroscientists like Christoph Koch and Essentia Foundation and things like this. And he's done a lot of experiments that kind of show intelligent behavior. At least we can say that intelligent reactive behavior within single cells, and reducing it all the way down as far even to single, like not just multi-cell creatures, but single cells, which, on materialism, that isn't supposed to happen at all. Like really, it ain't really supposed to happen ever, except at a certain level of brain, or nervous system interaction or whatever. But what he sort of came down to, and what his overall conclusion is that all intelligence is collective intelligence. So there's no real demarcation point there. It's kind of like, you're like, well, at what point does an ant colony become, an intelligent entity itself? Well, once you combine two things together, it sort of starts there. Once you sort of put these things together and they start having these interactions, that's when this field of subjectivity sort of clicks in. It doesn't even have to go, it goes all the way down to the bottom of that, So maybe overall, depending on the kind of system it is, like say a system of a rock, isn't necessarily going to be conscious as a rock, as a unified rock. But maybe a tree is, maybe a single cell is, maybe, when single cells become multi-cells and the multi-cells create all these different things, then conscious experience, these disassociated minds sort of work for the greater, bigger super mind or super being, whatever they call it in that sort of study. So Michael Levin actually shows this, through experiments and stuff like that. So I think that maybe that helps you answer that question. I don't know.
No, I think I kind of understand where he's coming from, and once again, like it feels like this goes back to the UAL, the unlimited associative learning, where it's like so at the very basic level, a single celled or even a single celled organism has the UAL, and so, but it's like, but we can connect the UAL all the way up to us humans and us having it. So it's like, to me, it's like there's this debate of like, it is this very basic form of sentience.
Yes, like learning.
Is that consciousness? Is this ability to learn consciousness, or is that just a precursor to consciousness? And it's like, and to me, as someone who's not in this field at all, it's like I can't answer that.
Yeah. For me, like the UAL is kind of like a cumulative type of learning. So it sort of involves like novel stimulus and actions, and they kind of build up to certain patterns and actions and future learning and goal, directedness, which is fine. I think that can be that's that's that is how I would say it's similar to how maybe intelligence in general operates as a
Oh,
collective thing.
and just for those out there who might not know what I'm talking about, it's like to just put it simply, the UAL is like the capacity to remember the link between a cue and an event. Even if time has passed between them, and to update expectations of future rewards or punishments according to the changing environment. That's
Hmm.
basically it.
Yeah, and maybe another approach to idealism that would challenge materialism
Mhm.
is the epistemic argument. So, you know, I think therefore I am, right? Like
Mhm.
the one thing we know intimately is that we experience existing and we experience reality, whatever it is. We don't know the real reality for what it really is,
Mhm.
but there is this context which we exist within. And this existence is mental because everything that appears to you appears in your conscious interface. It's objects, feelings, sounds,
Mhm.
colors, all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So anything that you infer is going to be based on consciousness. It's going to be based on the fact that you've observed it, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
And so if a materialist will say, well, material is has its own standalone existence. Like whether you're here or not, um, it's out there, right?
Mhm.
And I would say something's out there. That's true. Whether I'm alive or dead, something's out there, but it's not necessarily um, as it appears in my conscious experience of it. That's just an appearance because we already know that it's not what we think it is. We already know that much,
Oh yeah.
and we know that if we actually look at matter itself, like what we're calling physical matter, that it becomes a non-thing. It becomes non-matter at a certain point. Everything that you think of stuff is non-stuff. Everything you think of as separation is separated. All these appearances are just within your consciousness, right? And that's the only thing we have to sort of build any sort of theory on is the experience. And so as an assumption, it seems like you've got two options there. You've got, either it's material, mass, charge, spin, all of these things are the fundamental properties, or it's something else. It's the other side, the flip side to reality. It's the experiential side. Now, we know that matter doesn't you don't start with matter. Like if even if we use science and reductionist
Mhm.
science, it reduces all the way down to quantum fields,
Mhm.
right? And quantum fields are really just probability distributions. They're not really
Yeah.
things, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's where we have a problem with materialism right there.
I I mean, I'd say it depends on the type of materialist you're dealing with, because it's like, to me, it's
Yes.
like, it depends. Like, for me, it's like, it's obvious to me there is the universe or the cosmos as a whole is made out of material stuff. But what is that material stuff? I don't know. But it's like, to me, it's like, if I were to become a full on materialist, like, I would take the position of, like, quantum fields is material. It's like,
Hmm.
conscious states is material. It's like, that would be the most logical thought process to go
Yep.
down, at least for me.
Yep.
I don't know if you agree with that.
No, I would agree 100%. Like that's part of that's the whole usage, the semantics problem that we have in philosophy, which is a lot of stuff just boils down to semantics. Because like you could agree with everything I say, every bit of it, still be a materialist. You could say, because I'm not really saying what material is. I'm just agreeing with you that it appears as material.
Mhm.
It's measurable. It's something, and it breaks down at a certain point. I
Mhm.
don't know what it is, but who cares? I'm not interested in that. I'm just
Mhm.
interested in, what importance do we play on the appearance? And
Well,
so, yeah, I would agree with you 100%. Like, so when I say materialists, I'm talking about these hard materialists who sort of die on the hill that no, matter is the only thing. It is what it appears to be. It has its own standalone existence. That's where they're going a little too far, I think. And
Mhm.
that's why even with idealism, somebody would say, do you lean towards hard idealism? No. Like, I'm kind of agnostic, but what I'm saying is that I'm just kind of flipping it. I'm saying that what's more fundamental than the thing I'm experiencing is the stage of experience itself.
Mhm.
So I can't
And
tell you what experience is either.
mm,
Like, I can't tell you that, and I don't care to. Like, that's not my concern, you know.
yeah. And which I feel like another interesting question in this discussion is like, what is existence? And like, I feel like I think nihilists touch upon this of like, like what truly exists. Like, when we're born or conceived, it's like, did we begin to exist, or is it just a rearrangement of already existing material? It's like, you know,
Yeah.
and which I don't
I
know if you want to get
lean.
into.
Yeah, we can get into that because I find that really fascinating. I sort of lean towards unlimited, an unlimited being. Like I was just talking about that earlier. That my kind of theory on that is that there is no um cause in the beginning. There is no like first cause. There isn't like, and I know this is unintuitive. It's
Mhm.
like everything has to have a cause. This is where religion comes from. This is where God
Really?
beliefs come from. You like, but then the question is, well, who created God?
Oh,
Well, God
yeah.
always was, right? But
Hmm.
then that's kind of special pleading. Why can't you just say the universe always was? And so
Yeah.
that kind of gets into beingness. Like all I really know is there's this unlimited being, which could be, material, maybe however you define. I don't define it like standalone materialism, but
Mhm.
whatever it is, it's sort of like what I experience. I can even have direct access to it experientially in some form.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I would just say that the causal thing just doesn't make sense because even if you look at it in a scientific view, like we talk about quantum fields, they don't deal with causality the way they don't make that doesn't make sense in that realm, like causality and time and like the universal wave function, time and events and everything else emerge out of the universal wave function, right? So talking about it in time doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like what's north of the North Pole type shit.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I mean, well, that and just our understanding of these things just keeps changing as time goes on. It's like, you know, Newton and people at that time thought time was the same everywhere else, but
Mm-hmm.
then Einstein was like, no, it's relative.
Mm-hmm.
And now, today it's like people are questioning if time even exists. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about B theory of time?
Oh, the block theory.
Yeah, block theory versus A theory.
Um, oh, my allergies are getting to me. I'm trying to remember. Could you just?
Yeah, so like block theory is kind of like if you picture like a big block of ice and all events and times and things exist all at once inside that block. But consciousness is kind of like a spotlight that moves through these events. Whereas A theory, I think, is that time is more fundamental. That it's you don't know the future. It's not determined at all. You know, B
No,
theory is
yeah.
kind of like a deterministic sort of
Uh,
thing.
Yeah, no, I would agree with B theory.
Yeah.
Well, that it's like people think that, you know, the at least intuitionally people think, oh, there's the past, present, future. It's like I feel like it's just there's just really the present. It's like it's just
Mm-hmm.
you know, just that one arrow of time going forward. It's just
See, you would piss off this guy. I know. Let me tell you, man, there's this guy and he blocked me, but he's
Oh
a
no.
materialist. And he said, let me guess, you're one of those idiots that believes in B theory, I bet. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, you fucking idealists get on my nerves. He goes, that's where that shit comes from. That B theory of time opens up the door. He goes, if you really understand, it's not B theory, it's A theory, because A theory supports a more scientific approach, whereas B theory is more philosophy and idealistic notions of,
Mm.
nature being one, and but the
Did,
problem with him is that I think when I looked it up, because I went and I researched it,
mm-hmm.
and I sent him all these papers, that the consensus science is B theory.
Yeah.
Most, and I don't mean every scientist, I mean like consensus as far as population. Numbers of scientists mainly lean towards B theory because, like GPS, like our GPS systems, they
Mm-hmm.
they come out of B theory.
Yeah.
And so I asked him, so how do you explain how GPS works? How do you explain time dilation if that's not true? And he goes, you fucking idealists always use that argument. And he goes,
Well,
and it's like, but it's true, right? He goes, and he just blocked me at that point.
because it's like I would have brought up also the point that it's like you do realize that theists, the majority of theists, believe in the A theory of time. Like,
Right, exactly, exactly, exactly. That's right. I didn't get a chance to tell him that though, because that's that what is it, libertarian free will, that you're not in a causal chain, you're just outside of that causal chain somehow,
Yeah.
but they can never explain how. They just say, well, God did it. But it's like, yeah, but how did your God or your soul or whatever you're proposing, how does it interact that way? And that's called the interaction problem with it's actually dualism. Dualism rests on A theory too, or supported by it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
man.
No. Yeah. No, B theory makes more sense to me, and it's like if theists want to say there was always God, to me it makes sense that there was always the universe, just in different
Right.
forms. Before the Big Bang, it was this really hot, dense state, and then for whatever reason, it decided to expand, and we got what we got.
Absolutely, man. I agree 100%. And that's really a beautiful thing, man, because I was talking a little bit about that part of the non-dualist, entailed in the non-dualist, is this deterministic sort of non-self, that we are pretty much a consequence of all our priors. Like, all the prior context gave rise to who we are and why we react to things the way we do. And a lot of people, especially a lot of theists, will say, yeah, but if you really take that view serious, that means you have no accountability. It means that you can say, well, I did bad because that's just what I was determined to do, and there's nothing I can do about it. When that's not really what it's saying at all. It's just saying that
No.
we have to understand why we do what we do, and then we can
Mm-hmm.
use our consciousness to sort of forge our way through it. And then our consciousness, our being, is now determining another route
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah, it's like even with determinism being true, it's like we're still social creatures. It's like if you do something against our social codes, you're going to get punished. It's like, and
Right.
you can't just be like, well, I was just going to do it anyway because causality.
Yeah. And it
See
can
how
help
that
our
holds up in court.
Exactly. And and it could even inform our justice system to be more merciful in justice,
Yes,
because then you can
exactly.
look at it like, hey, like the Texas shooter example I always go to, like you have the Texas shooter who had a tumor in his head. He killed his whole family. After that, he went on the top of a tower and killed 6 more people with a shotgun or a sniper rifle or something. And then he wrote a suicide note and says, I know that the police are going to kill me, so I'm writing a note to please examine my brain, because I'm not doing this on my own volition. I'm just kind of compelled to do it. Please look at my brain. And of course, the cops happily killed him. And then they did. They examined his brain and found out he had these tumors that were affecting his parietal lobe and decision making and distorting his view of reality. And so it opened up the question, like, maybe it's just tumors all the way down with us. Like
Yeah,
maybe we're just,
and obviously that's an extreme example, but it's like, you know, just go look at a normal brain though. It's like, do you have any control over the chemical reactions that make up your entire brain? It's like, no, it's all happening all on its own. You completely unaware of it, and your life is just going.
right, right. It's like if you ever do mindfulness meditation, it's a meditation I have a lot of fun with, and it's a losing battle for most people, but it's the challenge is, I want to stop my thinking, and I want to never think of nothing. And it's impossible, because you're focusing, and you get better at it now. I'm not going to lie to you. You do get better at it, but you'll never completely stop your thinking. Thoughts come and go, they just arise, and you get very impatient and irritated, and you get out of the meditation. But the more you try it, you can stay in it longer. And what you realize really quick is, wow, I don't really have the kind of self control and autonomy I thought I did. I mean, these are simple thoughts. I can't even stop a simple thought. It's like, even when I think about, don't think of cows, the number one thing that comes up in my brain is a cow. It's like,
and now I'm thinking of cows right now.
yeah, it's like, wow, it's like, this isn't really just spiritual mumbo jumbo. It's actually, you can experience this shit for yourself very easily. It's very easy to get into that non-self, non-dual sort of state. Now, what I found interesting is there's people that can actually stop their consciousness. And they've actually taken these people, put them in scientific labs, like some of the best monks that do this. And they actually know how, and I forgot the term for it. It's a Buddhist term. But it's basically when you stop all thinking. And what happens, they measured the person's brain, and the only thing that's going on is just the life support, the unconscious processes like to breathe and heart rate, stuff like that, temperature control. Other than that, they have no activity in their brain. And then what happens is they start going into this hibernation state. So they don't need water, they don't need food, and they do this, and they can last up to 7 days. After 7 days, they become mummified, and they slowly die, and they become mummies. And there's even Buddhist mummies in some of these temples of these people who went on too long doing that form of meditation and just died in the middle of doing it.
That's fascinating.
And that is fascinating. And so, of course, the question is, what was it like? What did you experience? What happened? And they all come back and they say that, I don't know, I just went to sleep and automatically here I am 7 days later. Like, it's kind of like anesthesia. It's kind of like you go under, you're not there anymore, but the only thing that you remember is just a constant stream of consciousness. You just remember going in and coming out. You don't remember what happened in between. It's like a big black spot. It's like a dead spot.
Yeah,
so
dead.
Yeah, which that's what non-dualist that's the whole point of doing the thing, is that the non-dualist is trying to teach you that the nature of subjectivity is to experience. You can never experience not experiencing. A lot of people that these dualists, one of the arguments they always put forth is like, yeah, but anesthesia proves non-dualism is false, because when you're under anesthesia, there's nothing there. You're just experiencing blackness for hours. It's like, no, you're not experiencing that either. That's the whole point. Once you go under, the only, like I was saying, a few years ago, I went to anesthesia. I went to have a surgery, and I remember the guy saying, "Count my fingers, 1, 2, 3," and the next thing you know, I was waking up. It's like that's the nature of subjectivity, is just to experience. So even if I die, I'm not going to need to experience being dead. What's going to happen is there's just going to be another experience, because that's what consciousness is the consciousness is the fact of experiencing something. So if it's not me, which the self doesn't really exist anyways, if it's not me, it's somebody else or something else.
And even though we disagree on experiencing something else after death, it's like once I die, it's like that's it. Like, to me, it's like, it's like there's theists who will be like, why aren't you afraid of death? It's like, no. It's like,
no.
Why would I be afraid of nothingness? It's like, I'm afraid of the process of dying. It's like, I don't want that to be long or painful, But it's like, after that, it's
we
like,
may not even disagree at all, Caleb. That's the
Yeah.
that's the point I was making, is I don't think we even disagree about that at all. It's like, can you remember before you were born?
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
No.
to me, it's like, not, before my conception, I'm pretty sure that's what death is going to be like. It's like,
you have no other, there's no other reason to think that there should be a you that keeps on streaming that experience of you. See, this is the whole point, is there is no you to begin with. The self is just a construction. It's just, all there really is experience. That's the whole point, is there's nothing but experience.
Which gets back to the whole question of existence. And it's like, we're just this rearrangement of if you're materialist matter, it's like, you get what I'm saying. It's like, we're just a rearrangement of whatever the cosmos is made out of.
Yeah, it's called form. Yeah, your form. Like in a Platonist sense, you have a certain form, and that form has an identity.
Yeah.
And you can create this identity, which is a mental process. That's a construction.
And to me, that's helped me a lot to like become more empathetic towards others. It's like, you're made out of the same stuff that I am made out of. Like, you are a part of the universe. I'm a part of the universe. Like, we're all in this together.
Yes. And so the way that I infer it, like philosophically, the way I would look at it, because people can think about existence, do we live after, what happens after we die? Like, what really goes on? And this kind of goes to Buddhist philosophy, but also I can infer it from just science itself. Like, I know people say, well, science has nothing to say about what happens after you die. Well, in a way, it kind of does philosophically. So, like, if everything fundamentally is this, in scientific terms, they'll call it the universal wave function. So all probabilities. Now, you have to understand that our conscious experience isn't outside of the universal wave function. There's nothing outside of it. If you think it is, then now you're religion. Now you're doing religious shit. So you have to understand that consciousness, beingness, everything that exists comes out of that universal wave function. So when you die, that consciousness, where does it go? If even go makes any sense at all, it would go to a probability distribution. You would now be, it doesn't even make sense when I talk about it, because there is no you to begin with at that point, or at any point, really. It's just a construction.
I mean, our atoms. It's like the atoms that make up me right now belong to other people that existed before me. It's like
Yes, on one level, that's true. And even on a deeper level than that, even your atoms eventually um, turn into other forms of energy, like which are potential energy. Not even energy is in the sense of doing work, but they turn into potentiality.
Mhm.
So what you were goes. It's kind of like the way I picture it. And this is just an analogy, but it's kind of like you have this still lake, right? That's the
Yeah.
quantum wave function. This big wave. You can call it the wave function, or you can call it just being, universal being.
Mhm.
And in water, you see these little waves that come up, little waves in the water. Now you wouldn't say, well, what happens to the wave when it's not there? Like, where does it go? Well, it goes back to the water. You can't take the wave out of the water and
Yeah.
measure it, and it's a wave because it's in the water, and because it's an excitation in the field of water. So the same thing with a universal wave function. There's an excitation that creates everything that exists, anything and everything that exists, including you and including your experience of being alive.
Mhm.
And so that excitation goes back to the lake. You're kind of like Bernardo Kastrup says, you're kind of like a whirlpool. You're in a lake. You're a whirlpool, you're a process, you're a thing that's happening inside the water, but you're still made of water. You're still that same lake. It's just that you're doing something different. You're now, you can't take that whirlpool out and set it aside somewhere and measure it. No, it's there in
Oh,
light of being part of the lake.
yeah. And on a side note, this explains why Elon did the Nazi salute. He has some of Hitler's particles in him. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
he got those Nazi atoms.
Greg Rogers says, can anyone else get involved in this discussion? Sure, I'll put the link again here, the little join link. Hold on, let me get an invite code for you, Greg. And you can jump on in, man.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, to me, it's like, even if my consciousness turns into oblivion after I die, it's like the rest of me is going to continue on until we reach the universe reaches thermodynamic equilibrium, and we're
Hmm.
just at that point, we're just subatomic particles in a cold and dark universe. Yeah.
Yeah, and think about it this way too. Like, what is the possibility that after all that, the universe happens again, and that
Uh,
experience happens again? What do you
I
think the
mean,
possibility is there?
the possibility is there, but at least right now, I'm of the mind that what I'm thinking you're saying is like the big crunch, or the big. I'm trying to think of the scientific
Yeah, the big
theory, but yeah,
crunch,
where it goes,
heat
everything comes
death.
back,
Yeah.
and then it comes out again. And
Yes.
I'm open to the possibility, but right now I'd say I'm more on the. It was just this. There's just this one universe. I'm not a multi-universe theorist, and I don't believe. And then once it happens, once everything reaches thermal equilibrium, that's it.
Hmm.
Which I'm
Hmm.
okay with that. But it's like, if science comes along and we find more solid evidence that everything's going to, after a certain amount of expansion, everything's going to come back and then expand again, I'd accept it. That's just,
Yeah, I guess if I were to put my science hat on, because it's kind of a scientific question. Um, when you think about probabilities, like universes come out of the universal wave function, like events and time and things like that, space and stuff. Um, well, that probability is infinite, and so we have proof of that through quantum computers, especially this last little um, um, progress they've made with quantum computing. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically,
oh,
quantum
hey
computers.
Greg.
Hey, Greg,
Hey
how's it
guys, how are
going,
y'all?
man?
How are
Doing
you?
good.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my camera.
You're fine.
Hey, how's it going, man? I've had debates with Greg before,
Huh.
a couple times. Really nice guy. Really gives you a lot to think about too. How's it going, man? These
Are you
days?
getting reverb with me where you're hearing me over and over?
Nope.
No.
No.
You're
Okay.
good.
Yep. So, what do you think so far, man? Everything you've heard from a Christian point of view.
Uh, hold on one second, because right now I'm hearing it in like I'm behind.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Close your tabs or mute your
Yeah, I need to
tabs.
close
Yeah.
out things here. Hold
yeah.
on a sec.
Or just mute the YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, for me, it's like we are in this one universe where we have no sample size of other universes. We can talk about possibilities of there being other universes, but it's like, for me, at least at this current time, to me, there's the multiverse theory seems like a unscientific
Yeah.
hypothesis.
Oh, yeah. It is. It's philosophy.
Yeah.
And it's a good one. I mean, it kind of like explains the fine tuning. It's an attempt, but it's not very parsimonious.
No, and I mean it's like you said, it's fascinating. Like the Marvel universe does a good job
Yeah,
exploring
it's
all
very
of
entertaining. I wish it was true,
that.
man. Like it'd
Yeah.
be how cool would that be?
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy it.
But
And I
I
love
would,
reading about it.
but yeah, I would not only would I say I'm a determinist, it's like I'm a necessitarianist, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with
Go ahead and explain
necessitarianism.
explain that for our audience.
So not only do I believe that there's a set path, but um, nothing could have happened any other way than what has happened. Like there is no different possibilities.
Mm. So it's just like super determinism. Super determinism.
I mean, it's not that, but if you want to call it that, sure. Like I'm trying to think of. Let me.
It's interesting, y'all talking about existence, right?
Yeah, that's
It
right.
sounds like.
Yep.
And what's fascinating with me is some of this goes back to a lot of things I've been thinking about with regards to like the Trinity itself,
Mm-hmm.
like with regards to Christianity. Because a lot of people, when they talk about existence, if you got something that's transcendent, you've got something that's omniscient, there's no way that thing could be eternal. Because as soon as it thinks anything, it would actually experience everything. And so the only way, at least that I see it, the only way that you could actually have the existence of a being that was omniscient and transcendent and eternal is that it would have existed into eternity past non-consciously.
Right.
That it would have to be non-conscious, in which case, when you're talking about the God of the Bible, you're actually talking about a God that would actually be exactly what he said in his name. I am what I am. My identity is equal to my essence. It would be that he would exist into eternity past as a non-conscious being that was still omnipotent, was omniscient, but because there's no self-awareness, there's no awareness at that time, omniscience wouldn't come into play because there'd be no knowledge at that point. It would actually autonomically actually live and experience itself as being perfectly content and perfectly fulfilled within itself until the point where it actually experienced self-awareness, which is actually what the Bible, I think, expresses in John chapter 1. I think maybe the traditional thinking from a Christian standpoint is wrong with regards to what John 1:1 is saying, because
The logos. Yeah.
most people tie the logos and they tie it to this being an expression of Jesus and God, the Trinity, existing prior to the beginning, because they tied the beginning in John chapter 1 to the beginning of Genesis chapter 1. And I don't think that's what it's actually expressing. I think it's expressing from God's perspective the moment when he began as a self-aware being. That before that he was non-conscious, and the only way that a transcendent being that's omniscient, that is perfect, could experience things like mercy and grace where those are only experienced in relation to things that need mercy and grace, they're imperfect, would be that he would have to experience them through the solution itself. The first point of awareness for this type of a God, an omniscient one that's transcendent, would actually be the solution to the problem, which from the Christian faith would be the risen Jesus. The Logos is not just Jesus, it's actually the risen Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
If not, because of transcendency and how it works in relation to time, where
Mm-hmm.
past, present, and future are all now, it would mean that period of time where there was no solution would be now for that being as well. The only way it could actually experience anything, including his own identity, would actually be to come through the solution to the problem. He experiences the fact that he is Yahweh through the risen Jesus.
Yeah.
Everything comes into being through the solution to the problem.
Yeah, I did speak to he called himself a Christian idealist.
Yes.
And he made a very similar argument that through the Trinity. And then go ahead, Caleb.
Just wanted to finish the thought.
Yep.
So necessitarianism is a branch of hard determinism, and it's more of a philosophical take than superdeterminism, where superdeterminism deals with quantum mechanics.
All right, Caleb. So let me ask you this, just to kind of push back a little bit on that. So,
on what he said or what I said?
What Caleb
I
said.
think where I'm saying that there is exactly one way for the world to be.
Yeah. So I'm going to get back to what you said, Greg, but I just wanted to acknowledge.
I think there is one way that the world could be.
Okay. Now, yeah, and I understand. I bet I know where Greg's going with that. But
because transcendency is about experience. It's not about knowledge. So if transcendency, it means that whatever he experienced, if the past, present, and future are all now for God, then when he experiences it in the very beginning, chronologically, it's going to happen that way because he is experiencing what will be experienced in the future. He just experiences it as now.
Right, and that's the hidden variable.
If it would never happen, he would never have experienced it.
Right. So, Caleb, let me ask you this. Since, and I didn't catch it at first. You said necessitarian. Well, I can't even say it. Necessitarianism.
Necessitarian.
Yeah, it's hard to really pronounce that word, but yeah, it's a branch of it's a necessary thing. So it's a branch of hard determinism, right? Yeah. So hard determinism is based on what's the basis of hard. I know what the answer is. I just wanted to see if you knew, so you can go into that before I go too far, because you probably already know. Like, what's the basis of hard determinism? What's the factor that's determining everything so hardly?
Well, I mean, I would say that, all events, including human actions, are determined by previously existing causes and natural laws.
Right. So what are those causes?
Well, I mean, it's this.
There's a term for it.
A term?
Yeah, there is a term for it. I'll let you know. They're called hidden variables. What those are they are causal agents behind hard determinism. So in other words, everything that exists, every event that happens, is determined by this hidden cause, this hidden agent. Now, this hidden agent isn't necessarily conscious. It's kind of more like what Greg's talking about. It's like kind of like an unconscious, maybe a physical thing, or could be a mathematical structure, some kind of Platonistic sort of thing. Whatever it is, it's never defined. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. The hidden variable is never. You can't even define what it is.
So for me, I'm not really factoring in hidden variables here. I'm just saying, like, what it based all these, prior causes on is that there was the expansion of event, and then from that, They're what we get the subatomic particles. We
Right.
get the elements.
But that's key. That's key. This hidden variable is going to be key to the theory, right? Like right now, unless you're just going to say it's an assumption, which is fine.
Well, are you going to say oh no? I understand that there is, like, when it comes to quantum mechanics, there's this question of, is there, like, on the quantum level, is there true randomness? Not just the kind of randomness that we deal with, which is not actual randomness. That's just the limitations of our human thinking, But like, is there an actual indeterminist foundation in quantum mechanics? And to me, like, whether that's true or not, like, as we build up, it's like that. Like, to me, like, if everything was indeterminist, then we wouldn't have an orderly and predictable universe. Like, science wouldn't be able to science. Like, so to me, there is something going on where, even if there is true randomness going on the quantum level, like, at some point, something else is at play where we can do our scientific method. We can redo experiments and get the same results. And it's like,
right. So that's what you're describing right now has actually been tested. Are you familiar with Bell's inequality experiments?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know that, like, from that they were able to determine that the universe cannot be both local and real.
Right. So
am I recalling that correctly?
Kind of like Bell's theorem confirmed through like a number of experiments, and they established the non-local nature of the quantum world. Mm-hmm. And actually, a 2022 physics Nobel Prize was awarded to 3 gentlemen for closing the loopholes that would definitely rule out any kind of hidden variable and champion the randomness of quantum mechanics. And that, reality, we actually live fundamentally in a non-local reality. It's
When you say non-local, do you mean it's like infinite as opposed to finite in nature, or what do you mean by that?
It's interconnected. In other words, entanglement. Non-locality means entanglement. So entanglement is that no matter how far apart connected properties are, they actually communicate with each other faster than the speed of light. So they sort of, like a metaphysic. It transcends our physical notions of time and space. Where you have a limit on how fast the information can travel.
So it's beyond the information horizon.
Right. Information horizon is a certain number. They call it the speed of light. See, where non-local says that this is actually false. This only holds up on particular measurements, but actually at the fundamental level, at the quantum level, information can be passed instantaneously. There's no action, and it doesn't matter how far it is. So it's non-local. In other words, it's like a matrix.
But you'd have to share a point of reference to be able to do that.
Yeah, and the point of reference would be something. So my whole thing is that something is this subjective field, this field of possibility. The hidden variable is more of Bohm's hidden variable theory, which was that there's got to be something physical to interact with another physical event.
You know what the biblical answer is on that?
Mm-hmm.
It's that the Holy Spirit resides inside the person who actually has a relationship with him. If not, the Bible actually describes it as God doesn't even know you.
Right.
It's almost because if you're beyond the information horizon from him, the only way that you would actually be able to be known by him or be known is actually if you shared a point of reference. He would have to reside in you.
Yeah, he would have to be the referent, the unmutable referent. And
exactly.
that's where in perennial philosophy that kind of comes through in, like, what you're saying, Christian mysticism, even Islamic mysticism, Buddhism.
I would say it's traditional. Isn't that traditional?
It's traditional. Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends on who you talk to. A lot of people would see that as heresy, but most people
About the Holy Spirit residing inside someone?
No, not that part, but just
Okay.
the extrapolation of what I'm
Oh,
talking about, like
I got you.
extrapolating some idealistic notion or non-dualistic notion. Go ahead, Caleb. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, I also want to get into what Greg is saying, but it's like just to like try to wrap this up. Like I'll have to do some more research, but like at least from my understanding, it's like it's not like necessitarianism is saying, hey, quantum mechanics, you're wrong, or I'm not, and I don't see quantum mechanics like trying to go after necessitarianism, but it's just like to me, it's like all I'm saying is like you could if we could theoretically rewind the clock, and then hit the play button again. All I'm saying is like everything would happen exactly the way it just did. Like there was so that
I agree with that. And from a biblical standpoint, the reason why I agree with it is that I think if you have this non-conscious God that actually gets to the point where he actually becomes self-aware and he experiences everything through the solution to the problem, it's that everything was laid out that way to end up at that solution. He entered into the solution and into everything through that solution. It would always be this way because this is how you end up at the solution. So you always end up in the same place.
You see, Scott,
right.
Greg agrees with me, so checkmate.
Checkmate, buddy. That's right. Exactly.
But I think it's to me the fascinating part about it is that I think sometimes Christians and atheists kind of are always pitted at odds with each other, and a lot of it is, I hate to say it, is on the Christian side, is because more often than not Christians will say, "Oh, wait a minute, everything the atheist is saying can't be right." Because they are saying that there's no God on the other side of this thing. What most atheists are actually saying is, well, a more agnostic atheist would be that I disbelieve God, not that I don't think he's there. It's that I don't know if I think he's there, and I don't think that there's evidence of that. And so if you, as a Christian, can actually come out and say, well, maybe I can listen to what the atheist is saying and then acknowledge the reality of that and filter that with scripture, you actually, I think, come out with a better answer than a lot of what we traditionally say. It's because we're not dealing with reality. We're actually trying to impress upon reality a belief system, as opposed to allowing that reality to actually inform, oh, wait a minute, this belief system, among multiple interpretations that could be there, here's the right one, or perhaps the better interpretation.
I mean, and I can only speak for myself. It's like, as an atheist, it's like I would say that to me, it's, what makes more sense to me is atheistic naturalism. It's just, it's not that like, oh, I'm not just going to be like, oh, your God doesn't make sense, and try to poke holes in what you're saying. It's
you're
like,
not convinced of it at this point.
It's like
There's no reason for you.
I have a worldview that I can defend and try to.
One thing I can say about Greg's model and what he's kind of described is that there's a lot of consistency there. Like if you were to take like the universal wave function, right, where time and space and everything emerges out of that, then under what Greg says, you could argue that God sort of emerges from that probability state, kind of like the same way that I was saying that consciousness, metaconscious states, like say you, me, and then also objects, whether conscious or not, sort of emerge out of time and events and whatever physical things happen within that space. But it all is rooted in this little this infinite probability state, which kind of reminds me what Greg was saying earlier about, at first God was unconscious. He was just an infinite potential. And then out of that infinite potential, when God became metaconscious, then all of a sudden you get the subject object split, and you get all the events and everything that Christianity talks about and entails. And it can correlate too with any sort of view that you want to take.
And what ends up happening is you end up having Christians that will say, oh, wait a minute, you're saying that God came into existence. No, he didn't. because if you have Yahweh, again, my identity is equal to my essence. If his essence was always there in what you're describing or what we're all describing, then just because he becomes that identity or he was aware of that identity, his identity is equal to his essence. That essence was always there, so he always existed. Not only that, but again, through transcendency, if he ever will become something, he always was that thing through transcendency.
Okay. Yeah. You answered the next question, which is I was going to ask you if God always existed. And
I think he always existed.
Okay. So
yeah.
And I don't want to try to put Christians in a box because there's like over 45,000 denominations out there. I was going to ask you, are you a Trinitarian, or do you believe there was just one?
I'm a Trinitarian.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that actually what ends up happening is you have that infinite essence, that perfect essence that is existent until autonomically it comes to the it's like do you say it? Do you say he? Do you say it's none of those things. I don't know how to describe it at that point. It's that autonomically it comes to the point of recognizing that the only way that a perfect thing can interact with with imperfection is actually through the solution. I think what actually happens is that perfect essence actually dissociates.
Okay, so
and it dissociates into Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, risen Son.
Yeah. So it's like, to me, there's a lot of there's some overlap of where Christians definitely have a way of embracing idealism and making sense of the Trinity through that sort of thinking. Yep. But my question then though becomes is like, why is it just three? Like, to me, it's
right.
Like, if God can disassociate himself into multiple parts, or however you want to describe it.
Yeah, it'd be like a dissociation, because with dissociation, you actually have one essence, you have one host, you have multiple altars. Each of those altars is its own identity, but it's also the identity of the host is what they are.
So then my question would be, though, then why not just 2 or 4 or however many? What made it so that it's
why
just
3?
Yeah.
Why 3? Yeah, I've actually had discussions with why was it 3 instead of just 2. And I think it is because the solution to the problem actually flows through an interaction with something that is not perfect. And to the point we had the discussion of going beyond the information horizon, if part of his solution actually flows through a being that will fail, and if he's going to be perfectly compassionate, perfectly loving as well, he has to provide the solution for them as well. Or how can you say by creating all this stuff, I'm doing it in a way that is compassionate? If he's going to contradict himself unless he provides the solution. The solution is that he has to reside inside of them, or he won't know them. He won't be able to save them because of the information horizon. So therefore, you have the Holy Spirit. Jesus is so that he can actually experience himself as all things, because he has to experience himself through the solution to the problem of imperfection.
Let me ask you this. Could that story of the Trinity be interpreted to be actually an extrapolation of the entirety of the universe? Like, in other words, you've got
it a what instead of a who?
Well, yeah, but it could actually encompass an infinity of who's. In other words, the 3 could be symbolic for God residing in everything that exists. But also being though this conscious, this underlying unconscious sort of field of maybe subjective principle, like idealism, like an ideal that exists, and also the Jesus who experiences the suffering, the reconciliation, the atonement back to that ideal, right? So in a way, could we interpret the Trinity to really be sort of what I guess classical idealists would say, which would be that all sentient or all conscious creatures are actually chips off the old block, like they're fractals of God himself. God experiences everything through everything that fractaled. He's in the image, so to speak, of the God, and then the Holy Spirit being as you described it, also playing a role in everything that exists. So could the Trinity be just another story or another analog to that somehow?
First of all, I'll say I don't know. What I would say is, from a Christian standpoint, though, the revelation is that the answer would be no, because he says that there's a separation, a difference between the created and the creation, and so the question then becomes: is that truth or is that not truth? I think that's one of those things where I would go with Occam's razor on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that if I'm looking and I'm saying, okay, first of all, if there is a beginning to like the universe, or if there is a beginning to things, then there would have to be some kind of a cause. And I'm sure you guys have talked about uncaused first cause, infinite regress on causation, all that kind of stuff, of which I don't think infinite regress on causation is practical. I think what you end up with, the only kind of an infinite regress that you can have that's practical is an infinite regress on now, which is kind of interesting, because if you have an infinite regress on now, by definition, that's what transcendency is in relation to time.
Yes, we talked about V theory. Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you have this uncaused first cause or an infinite regress on now. Is it alive or is it not alive? Well, if you have life that is existing, then it would seem more logical that whatever that thing is that it comes from would be alive, not something that was non-life. Because if not, you've got to come to a place where, okay, this thing that's not alive actually becomes life. So I would say it's not a list of or algorithms or calculations and different things, because that would be a what, I think, or a thing. This is a living thing. And then I would say, okay, is it a living what or is it a living who? Well, if you have things that have a relationship with one another, from the standpoint of love and all these different things that you have, that seems to lean more towards who's as opposed to what's. So I would think Occam's razor would say it was a who. And then if you were to ask me which of the who's that are given out there from a like a religious standpoint, if you're saying which God is the right God, I would say that you would look and say, do things work in community where you have systems that operate and organs and different things, that things that work together as body, then this thing would actually itself be something that within itself operated as a community. In which case, the only religion that's out there that actually expresses that would actually be the triune God of the Bible.
Yeah.
So I think Occam's razor walks you to a thing that says it's probably the God of the Bible is this.
So go ahead, Caleb. I had a question, but I want you to get that out first.
Well, my question is like, to me, it's like if I'm to try to make sense of the Trinity, for me, it would make the most sense then that like omniism is true. Like if God can split into these different parts, then it's like, all right, well then the God of Hinduism is the one true God, but it's just a different disassociative part, and so part of like,
except they're not. They're all separate gods. They're all individual. They are not one essence. They are not the same.
I mean, I get as a Christian, like you would say that the God of Hinduism isn't one true God,
but I think they would say that.
But it's like, to me though, like if you're the type of God of like, okay, so this is the God of, there's one true God responsible for all of creation.
Yeah.
And he is the ground of being. It's like, to me, like there's a lot of religions that would fall into that, and then you could just say, well, all right, so we all believe in that type of God. We have a bunch of disagreements though on how of the complete nature of that God. And like, to me, you could make the argument like, well, maybe it's like I could believe that if I'm a Christian, I could be like, all right, so we've been revealed to, our God reveals to us the complete truth, but there's some truth in these other claims. But if you want the full truth, you have to come to us. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it's like me talking to my son. The Eightfold Path of Buddhism. He would say, I think that's what they call it. He would say, "Oh man, those teachings are wonderful. I really agree with there are truths that are there. But then he would also turn around and say, yeah, and that is the best way, that if I was to pursue what it would be to be perfect, this would be the best way to do it. But the problem is that no one can achieve that. And so I think Christianity is the one that gives you, if you recognize that there's no way to do it ourselves to achieve this level of perfection that would make you compatible with your algorithms or your calculations of whatever is, the ideal or the standard of perfection and all the things. If you can't make that and do that on your own, and you have to have a solution that gets you there, then I think Christianity is the one that offers that.
Yeah, maybe it's just a me problem, but it's just like, to me, it's like, if I were to become a Christian again, I think I would have to either believe that God can be more than just three and embrace some sort of omnism, or just reject.
He could have been more than three. He could have been as many as he wanted. That's part of being omnipotent. I mean, he could have done. The question you have to ask yourself, I think, is why did he choose three? And even if it's more than three, and he only told us about these three, maybe it's because those are the only three that really matter to us. Because remember, the Bible is actually not a trying to give us answers to everything. It's trying to give us answers to, if there is this perfect being that's out there, then how, and I am not able to relate to him because of some fallenness in myself. And all he's trying to say is, here's the way to overcome that. It's not that he's giving you the answers to everything. He's giving the answers to the thing that is your biggest issue.
Yeah, like for me, I guess what would resonate with me, that would make it sort of resonate with me, would be to look at the Trinity as an analog to being in the image of God. Every conscious creature being that way, for all the reasons you mentioned. But and the thing that's driving me to that point, though, is and it's very simple. It's just the problem of evil. Problem of unnecessary suffering, as I like to call it. Wherein if there is suffering that's unnecessary, like I can understand necessary suffering. That's not a problem for me so much. But unnecessary suffering seems to be a tension for me. Like, how could an all-loving, this idea of, is it a who or a what? Like, I can understand it as a what, because then that problem sort of dissolves away naturally. But if it's a who, then there has to be some sort of story behind it to make it make sense. And I just don't know what that could be.
Well, if you are non-conscious as a God, and the only way that you enter into everything, every experience, and every awareness of idea and all those things, was that autonomically you came to a point where the solution, because you're omnipotent, you'd still be able to put the solution into place because you're all powerful, even if you didn't know about it. It would be that autonomically God puts in place the solution to the problem of what will be experienced before he's even aware of experience. So it would be like asking the question of, hey, this person has no self. I mean, we don't hold someone who is not conscious. We wouldn't hold them accountable for some evil, would we?
Right.
If they did, yeah. And I think what happens potentially with God is that he recognizes that he gets to a point where it's, I can experience myself more if I create these beings that do these things, that have their own will and are able to worship me and all those things. But that he comes to that autonomically. And the only way he comes to the recognition of the experience of all that is through the solution to the problem. He enters into it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, this is what's happened. Now I need to let everyone know this is where the solution was, that I came in, and where they can be saved chronologically. Truthfully, all of us have either accepted him or not accepted him at the moment when he becomes aware, because as soon as he becomes aware, all experience has already happened. From his perspective as a transcendent being, we're just going to either choose or not choose something that he's already experienced because we're living chronologically.
Yeah, and if we live through, or if God perceives through each sentient being that is able to be an observer, if God is non-local and connected to everything that's experiencing anything throughout time, like a B theory sort of situation, then the problem of evil and unnecessary suffering, I can see the argument there being that, well, it's not so bad because God himself is the one suffering, and you're just the end point of it. But and so from a limited mind sort of perspective, you can look at it like, oh, this was unnecessary, this is horrible. Maybe it is necessary.
Well, what you don't know is that through the solution of reaching that solution, the what we see as being unnecessary suffering, what happens if that what we see as unnecessary suffering, if that didn't occur, would it mean that there would be more suffering that actually occurred by a different pathway? I think ultimately what probably happened was that God omnipotently put in place the only solution that would work, and the one that actually would produce the least amount of suffering overall. I think that's why you actually see, from a biblical standpoint, the creation of the angels before you create man, because angels would go a longer period of time before they would actually choose to walk outside of God's will. Mankind chooses to do it in a very short period of time, but we would look and say, well, God, if you made me in a perfect way where I was not dependent on you for anything, I could just be, I'm created in your image where I'm like you, but not you. The only thing that's different between me and you is that my identity is not yours, but I'm perfect in every way. If you'd have made me like that, where I wasn't dependent on anything else, and I would never have walked away. Well, if he had done the mankind first, we would have been asking that question forever, ever, 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 and then ended up with the angels. There'd be more angels that would go to hell. There'd be more people that would go to hell. But he chose the pathway that actually ends up with the least number of people that actually end up outside of his will.
The theodicies surrounding humans make sense to me, and I can agree to those. But for me, and maybe Scott as well, like, to me the biggest sticking point though is the non-human animal suffering, where that's not so clear as to, like, there doesn't seem to be a moral end to their suffering, where it doesn't seem to us, at least, that they are they're the same type of moral agents that we are.
Now when you say that there's be suffering, are you talking, like, from a Christian standpoint, the suffering enters in post-fall?
No, I'm talking about
the original creation would not actually have that suffering.
All right. Well, okay. Well, that brings up a bunch of other questions then. Of I don't know, like, would you say that there was there was life billion or
evolution?
like the evolution? Do you believe in evolution?
Do I believe in evolution? I believe it's possible. I believe there is an interpretation of the Bible that could point to it. I also think there's an interpretation of the Bible that would point to that God doesn't work through evolution, or that evolution wasn't there. That was something that Satan tried, and to try to mimic what God was doing in creation, because it's the only way he could do was to manipulate something that was there, and that the suffering would actually have come in through what Satan was doing, because he's using evolution. That would actually lend itself towards being suffering, but that was not the mechanism God used.
Yeah, because my original question was going to be, like, as far as science, my understanding of science goes, is that there was billions of years of animals, life before human life came along.
Yes,
and it's like 99% of all life that ever existed has gone extinct. It's like, there's been this constant suffering of animals, but if you don't even believe that, and you believe that in a more literal interpretation of the Bible, then I don't know.
I actually believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible that would actually have billions of years in between each day. So I would actually say, yes, I agree that there's the potentiality that there were animals that were dying ongoingly. In fact, I think there was death before the death of Adam.
All right, so
physical death happened before the death of Adam. Spiritual death happens when Adam sins.
Hmm.
So how would you, how would you square that all that other suffering before Adam then?
Um, when you look at the fall, again, I don't think there's suffering that happens beforehand. Things can die and not suffer, and I don't think that death is actually necessarily a bad thing.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah,
what I'm
physical
saying
death.
though is that, like, death itself, doesn't have to be a bad thing,
It's not bad or
but
evil. It's just it's
The thing,
natural.
yeah.
It's
but
natural.
yeah,
So if
but what
God
I
created
mean,
things that were actually physical in nature and they had a finite period of time that they would exist before they died,
but what I'm saying though
then
is like,
they would actually have had the experience of being, even if they were not human, if they were animals, they would have actually had the experience of being aware of God as well. And that would be a very positive thing because of who God is.
but what I'm just saying is though, like,
Yeah.
we're not just dealing with like over these billions of years, it's not just the animal lived a full healthy life and died of old age. It's like, there's
That they eat each other.
eating
Yeah,
each
tooth and
other's
claw. Yeah.
diseases,
Yeah.
famine, all that.
Which is actually why I think that it was Satan that was actually the one that was using evolution, not God. It's interesting when you look in Genesis chapter 1, verses, I think it's 28, 29, it says that God creates man, or he makes man, right, in 26 and 27. And 28 and 29, he says, go forth and subdue. And it
Hmm.
says that that man, you're supposed to eat plants, and the animals are actually supposed to be eating plants. Well, if they're not eating plants, then what are they eating? They're probably eating each other. And if God is saying subdue it and change it from doing this, that means that wasn't the way God had designed it. They're doing something that's outside of his design. I think it's because Satan was probably at work during all that time, working with the different creatures, trying to get to man, so man, he could get man to worship him. What ends up happening is when he's fooling around with things genetically, instead of creating one species to another, what he ends up doing is within species creating things that are carnivorous or omnivorous, and so you end up with something that's outside of the design. So again, it's a part of the fall. That's not the way it was originally designed by God.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of Gnosticism in a way, just a little bit. Um, Joel Davis asks, but saying that God went with the best option available, the others were worse, is putting huge limitations on what God is capable of doing. This goes well beyond logical impossibility. How would you respond, Greg?
I think he ended up going the only way that would work from the standpoint of what what he was accomplishing when he actually did anything at all. Because again, remember, he's perfectly content and perfectly fulfilled within himself. There's no reason for him to do anything. He should
Hmm.
just stay as he is. So you have to ask the question why he does anything. And I think the only reason that makes sense for him to do anything is that non-consciously he gets to the point where he does the one solution that actually will allow for the greatest thing that is why he would create anything at all. Is the only reason he would do it is if he could have more of himself, if he could
Right, and
experience more of himself, because nothing else, if he's perfectly content within himself, the only
mhm.
thing that would be of value to do anything is actually more of himself. If not, he's perfectly content within himself.
Right.
So
Remember
yeah,
in our last debate, I think me and you had, Greg, we were talking about Christianity versus pantheism,
yes,
and that was my whole point, was that on a pantheistic sort of non-dualist view,
yeah,
um, that if we can agree that there's this unconscious field of possible states,
mhm,
and that's from where we want to say maybe God or at least other things and humans came from,
mhm.
then it turns it into a what, and then that sort of explains exactly what you're saying, except that when you're saying it's a who,
I'll
it
be right
gives it
back.
it gives
Remember,
it a little more.
remember, if he's non-conscious and self-aware and not self-aware at the time, it's almost as if he's acting more like a what until he becomes a who.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right, right, right,
yeah.
right,
So
right.
at the point when self-awareness comes into play, now everything is different. Everything's changed. So I think when Joel is asking me, okay, is he's choosing from the best possible options. You have to ask yourself, what was he actually shooting at? What was he trying to accomplish? The only thing that he would actually be trying to autonomically to accomplish is actually to experience more of himself. And the only way that I think the way he sees experiencing more of himself in the creation of things that have a will of their own, is that the Bible says that God inhabits the praises of Israel, meaning unless that being Israel is there or people were there, and I think the same thing would hold true for the angels that he created first. If there was a being that actually could worship him as a matter of choice, then he can inhabit that and experience himself in a way that couldn't be experienced unless that being was actually made. And so what you end up in a situation is the reason why he does everything that he does is to provide the maximal amount of worship, because in that maximal amount of worship is the maximal experience of himself. There's only one way that he could perfectly maximize his worship, and he chose that way. But unfortunately, that goes through a path that involves free will on the choice of people worshiping him, and so there is going to be loss. And I think that's where you then go back to saying, did he do it as a matter of his choice, or did it happen? I think it happened. I think it happened autonomically, because if not, if he's a perfectly loving God, he would say, oh, well, if the only way for me to experience myself is for a third of the angels to go to hell and for a bunch of people to go to hell, he would say perfect love would sacrifice all and say, I'll go to hell and not make it so everyone goes through this.
So like, I can't disagree. Like when you're, and I don't mean this in any kind of disparaging way at all, but for me, if I were to take on that argument, it'd be kind of like an ad hoc rationalization, and it would be based on an assumption that the God is coming out as a conscious what I call metaconscious, meaning self-aware and all of that. So, Joel
so
says,
then you would have to look at the Bible and see if it actually points us in that direction. I think John 1 does that.
Right. So I was going to say, are you familiar with the non-dualist creation story?
No. I'm not a philosopher. I've not studied philosophy. I'm not. I just a guy that sits around and reads the Bible a lot.
Oh yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
So just to point out a similarity that kind of explains a little bit of understanding where we're at. So like, of course, non-dualists, idealists don't necessarily entail. It's more of a pantheistic thing. Doesn't necessarily entail like a metaconscious God at the heart of it. And I don't think you really are either. Necessarily, but it becomes that.
No, I think it's a personal God. Yeah, I think
it's a personal God. Right. Okay. So with the non-dualist creation story, it's just kind of an allegory. It's kind of like this. It's called Mary and Jane. So Mary, who's you could call Mary stands for this infinite possibility, this unconscious possibility. Well, Mary's wants to know what it's like to go to Paris. So Mary falls into this dream, and in the dream there becomes this person named Jane, and Jane's walking around the streets of Paris, interacting with the people in Paris. All of these things happen. It's a wonderful experience, a little bad, a little good, mixed bag of everything. And then Jane and really all the other objects within the dream wake up, and they become Jane again, or Mary. They become Mary, So it's kind of like the what instead of the who. It's kind of like saying that just naturally there was an excitation. There was some sort of excitation in that field of possible states that sort of created this dichotomy of subject-object split, so that now the greater field can know what it's like. It's kind of like Carl Sagan said, it's the universe woke up through us to observe itself,
Exactly.
sort of story, right? And so that's kind of the non-dualist creation story. It's kind of like a Carl Sagan kind of thing.
I'll be honest with you, I'll have to study it.
Now, I'm not saying that's
a lot of things for me to have to try to.
Right. And I'm not saying that's exactly what you're saying, or I'm not saying that that's reflecting the Christian narrative. But I'm just saying that they're kind of similar in a way, that, there's this God who dreams
Yeah.
up the beingness, and now he's able to perceive the world through his creation and understand his own self through his
Yeah.
he understands himself through other people.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same story with the non-dualist creation analog. It's just that the difference is that Mary is an unconscious
Yeah.
sort of just a being, just a
Yeah, and if I like in my Christianness, I look and say, oh wait, red flags are going up and all this
right.
stuff. Like if I was Joel, I'd be going, no, no, no way, no way. And like I understand why Joel is asking me, hey, so things are happening to this thing, God, as opposed to him like being sovereign over him or whatever. I think is what his intent, what he's kind of getting at. I would just go back to transcendency again and say, hey, wait, but if God ever became an identity, he always was an identity. And again, this is where we struggle because we think chronologically about this.
Yeah.
God's sitting there going, yeah, but I always was that thing.
That's a good
because
point.
of the way
And
I exist. Yeah.
see, that's where the idealism, you can understand that you've got mainly a lot of idealists are theists. Maybe not necessarily Christian, but there's some sort of theism behind idealism, because what you said, this non-local sort of reality kind of makes it that if something could be a certain thing, that means it really always was, because chronology is a temporal term. It's
That's
just
right.
language, it's semantics, and it doesn't necessarily reflect reality. And even if we use reductionist scientific measurements, we come back to that same corroborating conclusion that there is no real time in the sense that we think of it. It's an emergent thing.
Yeah.
And it emerges in our mental capacities rather than anything real. So I understand, and that's why I'm always saying I'm an agnostic about a lot of things, and I don't say.
That's why I think where you end up is you get to a point where we say a lot of the same things because the truth is truth regardless of who's saying it.
Right.
So there are elements that all of us are saying that are probably true, and then you get to the point of oh, okay, wait a minute, is this a who or a what? And none of us know. We don't know. No, none of us know in fact. Meaning we don't know with absolute certainty.
Yes,
What we are,
metaphysics, right.
we're all convinced of something at a certain confidence level, and we now bring our biases to that of what we want that to be, and then based on that, we're looking at it and saying, I'm convinced of this at this confidence level, and I want it to be this way, but absolute certainty of what I believe or what it is way out here. Now I'm going to believe something, and that belief is a step of faith. I'm bridging the gap on the basis of me, what I hope for or whatever. I mean, there's a faith step that I take that is a choice. I'm either going to choose to believe it's a who, or I'm going to choose to believe it's a what. And that's oftentimes driven, again, what am I convinced of and what do I really want? And I think that's really cool because from a Christian standpoint, I look at it and say, there's a reason why the Bible says without faith, it's impossible to please God. He's looking at it and saying that I'm telling you that I am this thing that is perfect love, perfect joy, perfect peace, perfect all those different things, that I am a he, that I am an identity, and I want to relate to you. And you're saying, do I want to relate to something that is this thing or do I not?
Now, Caleb.
And I take a step of faith and say, yes, I'm going to choose to believe that. I don't know it with absolute certainty, though. I'll find out when I die.
Not that Caleb does, but what if Caleb stepped up on faith?
Yes.
And said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and believe the atheist naturalistic metaphysic as the thing I should believe in.
Which is what he is doing. He is taking a step of faith of saying it's this way as opposed to a different way.
So and what I have no problem describing it as faith. It's and I'm saying that
this is belief. Yeah.
As we both, all three of us would agree, it's we can't prove our metaphysical positions.
Okay, so Joel asks, but then it doesn't resolve anything to say that God does something autonomically. If his intent transcends, then God intends what he does autonomically, and so he's just as responsible for the suffering. So I guess it comes back to square one again.
Well, it comes back to, but he's put in place the solution, which is why chronologically we do have to make a decision. we are deciding upon a belief of an experience that he already experienced. From his perspective, you've already made the choice of whether or not you're going to say, yes, I want you to make the remedy that you've made for this problem be the remedy for me. That's why he says before the foundations of the earth were laid, Christ was crucified. It's the reason why your name is written in the Lamb's Book of Life or the Book of Deeds before anything happens. It's because from his perspective, and that's what he's telling you, is from his perspective, you've already had this experience in his eyes. You just haven't had the experience in your own. So now you still have to make the choice in your chronological time of something that he has already experienced transcendently.
Do we have a choice to wake up to the reality of what it is?
I think you do. And I think the reason is that what God does, like I think when you sin or when you fall, then you become a slave to sin and self. Remember how the Bible talks about Pharaoh and how God made it like he would choose against God or whatever with regards to the plagues, and then it says that God turned him over to basically to death and all that or whatever. It's because of the way that happens, how that operates. For you to have a choice or to be in control or have a free will about this, God actually is touching you in such a way that it makes it possible. He's softening your heart so that you have the choice of whether you would choose his will or not. If not, you're a slave to your sin and self.
That brings up an interesting question with regards to the whole Moses story, which is, I know a criticism that is brought up is that God, it clearly states that God hardens Pharaoh's heart. So
yes,
is he stripping away his free will? And if so, then
if your heart is already hardened, and when he hardens his heart, is basically that he is actually he is no longer softening it. So how does he harden his heart? He stops doing what is necessary for his heart to actually be soft enough. It actually turns him over to what is his already state, which is a hardened heart. So I know it sounds weird from the standpoint of, hey, wait a minute, you're saying God says he hardens his heart. Yes, he does, by stopping softening it. That's how he hardens his heart.
So for someone to be saved, like let's say somebody like a Pharaoh,
yes,
who's needs to do X instead of Y, does God have to do something for that person to come to him in that way?
Yes. Well, because everyone doesn't even contemplate God or doesn't think about him, we are so wrapped up in ourselves in what our desire is, because everyone is driven by what their greatest desire is. I don't care what you are. You don't really have choices about that. What your greatest desire is, what you're going to be driven to do.
Yeah,
even if you say, I'm going to sacrifice myself for someone, well, it's because there's a greater desire that you have that's within you that drives that. So what God does is he softens you and says, I'm going to make it possible for you to make it so that I am your greatest desire. What my will is your greatest desire. And so in this instance, because his greatest desire is that none would perish, but all would have eternal life, he is softening you to the point where you can actually make the choice of saying, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to accept your remedy and say, make it mine. And so, you have a choice there.
Me and Caleb kind of talked about that topic. We kind of touched on it. We were saying about that free will you're talking about. And we were saying that basically we agree with you that, we are derivatives of who we are, and we do things because of who we are and our wants, and we can't control any of these things, and we're in a context and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So what we both kind of agreed on, me and Caleb, was that in a way, that belief, that understanding rather, kind of makes us more compassionate to like people that do certain behaviors. We understand that it's not them, omnisciently or omnipotently choosing to do bad things or good things or whatever, but it's just that they're being them. They're just being. They're just kind of playing out who they are. So if God is the one who can lead people, then how is if God does not act in their behalf, How do we
I heard
show?
what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Bible says that anyone who comes to Him is drawn by the Spirit. So I think the Spirit acts in everyone's life. Everyone is given the opportunity to make this choice. And what He does is He gives you exactly the amount of information or evidence or reasoning. He gives you what is necessary for you to make that choice if you want to make that choice. But He never takes you to a point of absolute certainty, because to do that would actually be to eliminate worship. It would be to eliminate belief. It would be to actually make it so that you would actually do this thing. And if that's the case, I think you actually end up with more suffering.
Wait,
if He took everyone to a level of absolute certainty, I think even with absolute certainty, you would have a large number of people who would still say no to Him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like,
Yeah.
why doesn't God
take it to absolute certainty?
Why doesn't God reveal Himself to us? And because it's like, to me, it's like, that's not going to strip us of, if you believe in free will, like, to me, like, that won't strip you of your free will. So why not just be like, hey, I'm here, you can follow me or not,
Yeah. And I think it goes back to worship. And remember, I said it was about maximal worship. The whole reason why He does anything is to experience maximally Himself. If not, He would be in a place where He would actually experience imperfect discontentment, because He would know, if I did it a different way, I could actually experience more of myself. Now He becomes imperfect. He experiences His own version of hell, which is Himself being imperfect. So now what He has to do is He has to shoot at maximal perfection or maximal worship. And so the only way to do that is actually to maximize the number of people who will worship Him, but also maximize the purity of it. And those things work in counter to each other. So if He actually gives more evidence, more reason, and all that, it would mean that it would cheapen the kind of worship that is being received. It would mean that He would have to have far more people to actually make up for it. And I think with far more people, you end up with far more people that would actually make a decision to say no to Him, if He actually did it in such a way where He gave absolute certainty, because the value of worship would be so cheap at that point that He would have to create or allow so many more people to be there. You would end up with hell overflowing with people.
Then my question is,
to get to the maximal level of worship.
If it comes down to worship, then though, like, to me, it's like, why does a perfect being need worship?
And again, remember, He doesn't need worship. He needs what comes from worship. Because worship, He can experience more of Himself. If He doesn't maximally experience Himself, what He ends up is in a state where He actually becomes imperfect, because now He knows that He could experience more of Himself. The only thing that is of value to God is actually more of Him.
Maybe you can explain it better then, because to me it sounds like God's on an ego trip then.
Ego trip would be if He just wanted to maximize worship for worship's sake. He wants His ego stroked. God does not need His ego stroked. What He needs is, and it's actually not a need; it's a want that becomes a need, because if He doesn't maximally experience Himself, then He would actually become discontent. It's the difference between Him being perfect, maintaining His perfection, or becoming imperfect. That's what it comes down to.
To me, like, it would just be easier, if I were to become a Christian again, or just believe in God again,
Yes.
as a deist. Like, to me, Occam's razor just tells me that God is imperfect. Like, to me, like, I don't know how much ground Christians would be giving up if they just said, "Oh, God is not a perfect being." Like, to me, that would just make a lot more sense of what we see if there is a God.
If you say that there's I guess it comes down to, what do you think God is? I think God is perfect from the standpoint, He says, "Be perfect as I am perfect." Now, you may think His version of perfection is not perfect, but He says, "Be perfect as I am perfect." The issue is not how is perfection defined. Perfection is defined by what is the standard. There is not something that is perfect outside of there being a standard that is defined as perfection. And God, being the only thing that was around, says, what I am is perfection. So we are held to the standard of what he is. Now, you may say that is imperfect, but it's still the standard of what perfection is.
I don't know, like you're giving
Does that
me all
make sense?
these. I mean, kind of, but it's like you're giving me all these explanations where to me it's just like you wouldn't need any of those explanations if God was just imperfect. Like to me, it's like if God, like you and Scott went over how if God is perfect, then God wouldn't need to do anything. He wouldn't change. Like he would just be. There would be no universe. There wouldn't be us. And it's like, and then but then you say, but then you gave this reason as to why he would create it. But it's, to me, it's just like there would be no need for any of those explanations if you just were just like God's imperfect, like, and bam, it's like you still have your God,
except for the reason is that if he is perfectly content and perfectly fulfilled within himself, then anything that would be different from him would be a reason for discontentment. It would be a reason not to be perfect. The problem is that perfection is completely and wholly incompatible with things that are imperfect. And if he sees himself as perfect, then anything that would come into his presence that would be imperfect, and especially if given that he's the source of life, then if you are incompatible with him and he's the source of life, then the only thing that you can have if you're not compatible with him is death.
Well, see,
because he's the source of life.
I think what Caleb is kind of getting to also is, one of the key things you said, like when we were going over the who or the what and why creation. Yes. And you were saying, well, God wanted to experience, or whatever the case is, more of himself. But wanting is produced from lack. You want something because you don't have something. You need something, so you want it. Whereas God, if you define God, like Caleb was saying, if you define him imperfectly, fine. But if you define God as this perfect being, in need of nothing, wants nothing, then there would be no need for creating anything. But the fact is, we do have this universe. We do exist as conscious
you have to ask
beings.
Why did he do it?
Right. So now we're getting back to what you're trying to say. That but we're here. Yes. But the thing is, there's another way to look at it. I think what Caleb's saying is, well, why assume it's a who? Why not just assume it's just a what that had no choice? It was determined to actually do what it does. As for what it is,
which is what I've said from an autonomic standpoint.
Right.
Or if it
that's
is,
why I think it's autonomic.
Gotcha.
Or if it is a who, why assume it's perfect? It's this, maybe, like, to me, it's this, the Christianity, like, I feel like it hinders itself when it tries to defend the God is perfect position.
What is perfection?
Well, I'm going by with what, one of the dictionaries of like, it's
completeness.
It's completeness. It's unchanging, and it's like, to me, like, if we're going by that, and many Christians would also agree that is God. He is unchanging. Then, the fact
if he's transcendent, he actually would never change.
And so to me, the act of creating the universe itself is a form of change. Like, to me, it's this, like, that's, like, it would just, to me, it's, if there is a God, like, it just makes sense in my mind that it's just, if it's a what or a who, it's just, it's imperfect. Like, I don't know, like.
Well, I think maybe what Greg's saying is, in a way,
what I've said, again, I think the definition of perfection is actually always in relation to a standard. Because you can say, oh, it's completeness or purity. Well, what defines what is complete? The standard defines what is complete. So a whole reason you come up with something and say there is a perfect God is because something had to be defined as perfect. And God being the only thing that was around, say it's impersonal. Let's say it's a what. Let's say this thing is out there and it's just, this is the only thing that's out there. It would be the standard of what perfection is.
So Joel asks, but saying that it's intentional entails who, and that entails responsibility, but I would ask responsibility for what? For suffering, for
Yeah.
like what do you think he's driving at, Greg?
I think he's saying that if he's a who, and we're trying to say that God is not now responsible, he gave people their free will. He gave the angels their free will. Shouldn't he be responsible for the fact that they actually have made these choices and all? Because he never asked them whether or not they wanted to be able to have free will.
What is free will?
A will of their own, as I guess is a better way to say it. If you have your own will, meaning your own set of desires or wants.
But can you control your wants?
No.
Okay, so if you can't control your wants,
Yeah.
how does that get out of the responsibility?
Well, and I'm
get
not sure
into
that
it,
it's
rather.
not. I'm not sure that God doesn't even see it as his responsibility. Remember, he provides the solution before anything ever happens. So I think the reason why he doesn't would not see himself as responsible is because he's already provided the remedy. So if he's already given the remedy to the problem, is there really a problem?
Well,
so you're basically saying that really asking that question is sort of nonsensical in the broader context.
Yeah, if I give you a solution to a problem, then and it's free, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is say yes, I'll take the solution. Then is the problem on him or is it on you?
Well,
for not receiving it if it's already there
before
you even do anything.
So there has been this issue with Christianity concerning free will, where there's there's Christians that'll say that God gave us free will. It's it's our choice whether we follow him or not. And right. But then there's also there's
Calvinists that say no, it's all whatever, right?
Well, I hear there's a lot of Christians who seem to agree with both positions, that God knows everything and therefore there is, he'll know whether you go to heaven or hell. But then they also want to believe that God has free will, or not God, but that everyone
he created something with free will.
Created something with free will. So then, how do those two mesh?
That he knows all things and that he created things with a will of their own. It's that if he knew in advance what your last choice would be, where you would say, no matter what happened else, I would always choose this way. He would know what your free will choice was. It was always this is the last point where I would say, I'm going to do this regardless of what any other circumstances, any other reasoning, anything else. Then it would be your choice, and he would just know that would be what your choice is. And I think that's what God sees and what he knows from an omniscient standpoint. He knows what your last free will choice will be.
But to me, that's like, if he knows, then the whole free will bit is just like an illusion.
Goes away. Yeah. They're what do they call it? The problem of foreknowledge. So the problem of foreknowledge and free will. In philosophy, there's this defined problem.
Yeah.
Where if God knows everything that's going to happen, then how does someone have free will? And if knowing what you're going to do before you do, that takes out your free will, then where's your responsibility for what you do?
You're saying if he already knows what the answer is going to be, then how could I do something that he knows is not going to be the answer? Right. And I think the bottom line is that he knows what your free will choice, your last choice, is going to be, and therefore you wouldn't choose otherwise, even if you could. If he knows that as being what your answer is going to be, then yes, it is your free will choice.
I have a solution for Christians. They just need to embrace the block theory of time. That gets rid of the future. If God can't know the future, then
Except he says that he knows the future.
I'm trying to help you guys out, though.
I don't think it helps us, though, because
universalists.
It's not just that he knows the future. It's that he's already experienced it. He goes a step further than just knowing what it is. But he actually has already experienced it.
But that, to me, that cripples the whole we have free will.
No, because what he has experienced is actually what you freely decided chronologically. The problem is that you're trying to apply to him chronological thinking when he's actually transcendent.
Well, I think the whole transcendence is the issue. But I mean,
Well, yeah, because Caleb's making the open theist argument that there are Christians who are open theists, and they say, this whole idea of God being omniscient and all of that is really a man-made projection onto interpreting the Bible a particular kind of way. Like they're saying that
I
actually it
would
causes
actually agree with that.
problems.
I do believe it's an interpretation.
Yeah, and so they say if you were to interpret it like Caleb's saying, to say that God is really, he doesn't know the future and he's just like you, waiting to see what you're going to do. He said to think that puts God down in some way or whatever is just an unfounded, irrational fear. But
Okay, but if you went through the route that I expressed to you, which
yeah,
was that until he becomes self-aware, he does not know everything. There is no omniscience, because unless there's consciousness, there is no knowledge.
gotcha.
There's no such thing. So omniscience actually would not be operative.
Right, because omniscience is omni means everything at every particular
So
state of reality.
If you're omniscient, the only way that you can be omniscient and know everything is if you're conscious. But if you're not conscious, there is no knowledge. So you can be omniscient, and actually it would be non-operative omniscience, because there's no consciousness. So that's, again, I think the reason why what you have is a non-conscious God, that actually, when he becomes self-aware, he actually does it through the solution to the problem, and that's why he can be transcendent to there being imperfection in existence.
I don't know. Like, to me, that goes back to the whole imperfection point, though. To me, like, if we're going with Occam's razor, it would just be easier to say that instead of saying that he is omniscient, but since he's not conscious, he's not omniscient. It would just be easier just to say he's not omniscient.
Let me ask you this: do you believe that consciousness is more as a higher state or a lower state than non-consciousness?
To me, that doesn't really make sense. It's all consciousness.
Yeah, higher, lower are subjective.
Which
concepts.
Would be, yeah. But if non-consciously you were perfectly fulfilled within yourself, perfectly content within yourself, to the point where identity did not even matter to you, is that more perfect than I have to be aware of myself to be content?
Well,
or is it just that my state itself is so perfect that I don't even have to have identity?
I mean, if you're completely, or I mean, complete. If you're perfect, or
that you don't even need self.
If you're a perfect being, would you be perfect though if you don't have any control over, or like, what is does that even, to be unconscious as a perfect being, does that even make sense? I'm trying to wrap my mind around that.
If you're perfectly, if all you did was experience, I don't even have the words "I am" associated with it. It's like perfect fulfillment, perfect contentment, perfect fulfillment. It's like God went through something where it was like all he did was be. He just was it and existed in this state of perfect contentment, not even thinking that I am an I am, because there was no need to think of an I am at that point.
Because you just are being.
Because just in being who he was,
right,
he didn't even have to think, I am this thing.
He just is being. And so you asked the question. I want to make sure you ask it again. You said,
and I don't know if I asked it well.
Is it better to be in the state of being, or is it better to be in a state of identification? And I think your duality, I'm looking at it in terms of duality versus non-dual. Like, is it better to be in a state of non-dual, just peaceful, non-thinking, or is it good to be in a state of thinking and identification and self? So that was your question, right?
I can throw this out, and this is like the worst evidence of anything, because I'll bring up ChatGPT.
Yeah.
ChatGPT would tell you that non-conscious perfection is actually a higher state than is conscious perfection. I don't know what that means diddly, because who cares what GPT says from a logic standpoint. But it does give you a place to scratch your head and say, okay, well, maybe I need to contemplate that. Because if perfection is so perfect that you don't even have to be you to actually be perfect, then that would mean that actually him just existing and doing this stuff all autonomically suddenly makes everything more make sense, I think.
Yeah, and we
Oh,
kind of talked. Me and Caleb talked about this too. Like we can't remember before we were born,
Yeah,
and so there's no real fear about that situation.
exactly.
When I was on anesthesia, I didn't get scared of being under anesthesia. Like when I think back, it was just there was nothing to talk about.
Yeah,
Um, but was that state better? Well, in a way, you could say all suffering and all crappy things that happen in life.
yeah.
Like
It
every
happens in
every bad
consciousness.
experience happens during consciousness. Like
Yeah,
as well as the good things, as well as the bad thing. Now, better, good,
yeah.
bad. Is this good? That's subjective,
That's
and that
right.
depends. I mean, people who commit suicide obviously disagree with us, right?
Yeah. I
So
mean, I hate to say this, but was Rick better off when he was unconscious in the
right,
hospital with The Walking Dead all happening around him? He would think that he was in the perfect state when he was
yeah,
non-conscious. When he became conscious, then suddenly everything went to pot.
right,
well, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting to a place where it's like, all right, so it, if there was no suffering or anything, like, would that make life meaningless? You know, like
right.
if the fact that we have these trials and tribulations gives meaning to our
Meaning,
lives.
correct,
For
correct.
us, to
Yep.
us,
Yep.
To
to
us,
us.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to try to make sure I'm thinking about what Joel's saying, because he is throwing comments in, and he's I mean, they're valid questions. Greg, you've already specified that the act was intentional. I'm trying to remember which act he's. Hey, Joel, would you mind telling me which act you're saying I'm saying was intentional, just so I make sure I'm addressing the right thing. I don't want to assume,
Maybe it was
unless you guys can
creation.
specify what you think.
I think he was talking about the act of creating um, a world where people have,
A will of
you
their
know,
own.
will of their own and can be responsible and suffer and all of that other stuff.
See, I think all of it that's all round up in him autonomically putting in place a solution to the problem of imperfection. It's just that as a part of that solution to the problem is actually that there had to be a problem. Um, it's like if you ask me, if I give you a will of your own, do I think I would say that it is inevitable that you actually would choose to go outside of God's will. I don't think it's like did a third of the angels rebel against God? Yes. I think 100% of them, given enough time, would have rebelled against him, because to have a will of your own means that it's inevitable that you would choose to do something different than his will. If not, you would have his will. And by that, you would have his identity, I think. So to have a will of your own actually means that you're going to fall. And autonomically, God knew that and put in place a solution that was available to everyone. And that solution is what all experiences entered in through. It's all experiences entered through the risen Jesus.
Greg,
Yeah.
could you go into more detail with where the whole angels have free wills comes from? Because growing up as a Catholic, I've heard both the angels had free will and that they didn't have free will,
Yeah.
and
Did
so
they
I'm
did they
just
choose to rebel against him?
yeah, like it's like I've heard conflicting stories growing up as a Christian. I was just wondering like
Right.
where that I know for Catholics they call it sacred tradition. So I'm just
Right.
wondering like
I mean,
where
I just go to
that
the
stems.
Bible. Did a third of the angels choose to do something that was outside of God's will? Yes. So if they chose to do something that was outside of his will, it means they had a will of their own.
Okay, no, I was
It's
just
pretty,
curious
no,
as to
yeah. I mean, I'm pretty straightforward about things. I mean, I think that's the reason. I mean, could someone say, "Hey, that's not free will"? I guess I would have a hard time making the argument that it's not. But yeah.
I mean, I've heard Christians say that angels have even greater free will with us, which I don't know what that means, but
now I think what's interesting is to ask whether or not angels were created in the image of God, and I think that both man and angels are created in the image of God, because all that means is the image of God, from my perspective and looking through the Bible, is basically says that you're like him but not him, meaning that even though you have your own identity, which should make you different than God, which would make you now, if perfection and imperfection are incompatible with each other, any difference at all would make you different from perfection. So if he gave you your own identity, it would mean that you should be incompatible with him. But in creating us in his image, what he did was he made it so he did what only omnipotence could do, which was to give you your own identity, make you different from him, but yet make you compatible with him. And I think that's what it means to be in the image of God.
Here's an epistemic question for you, Greg.
Yeah.
Could
and I know that's a very Caleb. Let me just say, I'm sorry, Scott. Let me just say, I know that's a very Christian thing to say, and I know as a non-Christian, you're probably saying, well, that sounds good for you, but I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. You're fine, Greg.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I did, but it's just because, but it was for a good reason.
Yeah, exactly.
He had no choice.
He had no choice. Yeah,
exactly.
He was determined to do that. That's right.
that.
Is it possible that a creation of God, like an angel or somebody like that, could deceive all of humanity to think that he is God and that we're worshiping the true God when in fact he's an impersonation of God? Do you think that is it possible?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
So if it's
because we don't
possible,
know anything with absolute certainty.
Right. So if we don't know that, what makes you lean towards that's not the case?
That's not the case. That I would.
That when we read the Bible,
yeah,
and we read about God and all the things we're talking about, and His nature and things like that.
Yes.
How do we know that we're not reading maybe some satanic or some other being, alien, or whatever you want to call it, whatever you can imagine? Suppose this demon is just misleading us all and we're not really learning about God at all. Like, how do we know the Bible's even about God?
Well, I mean, I think there's some things that I would go back and look at from the standpoint of, I think God was behind this, that there was an omniscient being and all those kinds of things behind it. I think the prophetic things in particular are the ones that would make me think, okay, this comes from a God that has a foreknowledge of and probably previous experience with things that have happened. So, but that's not the answer to your question. I think you go to what is the solution and what is that this thing is actually trying to do. Is he trying to do stuff that's evil, or is he trying to do stuff that's good? I think given that he's trying to save us, and what is the remedy to actually do that, which is that he himself would actually suffer and die and go through what he does on our behalf, makes me think that he's probably a good being as opposed to an evil being. So I think that's it. And plus, I hate to say it, I would go to my own personal experience. My own personal experience would say that he's a good being. So because that's what I've seen in terms of what I've experienced with him.
Okay, so I'll do an outsider test of faith. Suppose a Muslim told us the same thing and said, I know that the Quran is true and that it's about the true God. Yeah, and I'm taking a leap of faith and I know it's true, and I hate to say this, but it's because of my own personal experience. Could that person be wrong?
They could be wrong as much as I could be wrong.
Okay.
But again, remember, the reason why I think that the biblical God is most likely true is because of Occam's razor, looking back to a community within itself, and the only one that has a community within itself is the triune God of the Bible.
What say you?
Everyone else would say that is a violation of the laws of identity.
Right.
And
I
yeah,
was about to say, but
Well, I was wanting to go back with where you say that you really believe God is an
good.
all good God, and
Yes.
so I'm curious as to your take on like the concept of the Christian hell, because to me, like if there is an all good God, then the thought of eternal suffering doesn't make sense to me. Like you would either have to be a universalist or an annihilationist,
Yeah.
to at least to make it logically make sense for me.
It depends on what you see as the nature of hell. Um, the Bible says that where can I go? Can I go to the highest heaven? Well, if I go there, there you are. If I go to the lowest hell, there you are as well. So God is omnipresent. That means he's present in hell, or he would be present to those individuals as well. Um, if there is no getting away from God, and perfection is only it can only be in the presence of imperfection in one way, it would be if that thing was eternally being cleansed. um, I think the thing that people have a problem with hell about is it being a measure of judgment that God is reckoning to people. I think it's actually a state of being that happens either because God is not present there and you're experiencing what it is to be absent the presence of God because perfection is incompatible with imperfection,
So
or it's that you're actually in the presence of God, and the only way that it's possible for an omnipresent being to be that is perfect to be with an
so
imperfect thing, it
well,
would be in a
people
state of
put
being
themselves in
within.
hell. People
it's
choose to
it's
be in hell,
And that's exactly how the Bible states it. It
but
says
they, but
judgment
they,
actually as a
but they
result.
couldn't help their choice because they can't really help their wants and desires, right?
They can, because on the basis of being able to choose the remedy, because God softens the heart, just like he says with Pharaoh.
Okay.
He's softening the heart, which makes it so that you have a choice, the ability to choose. And he gives to everyone the exact thing that they need to be able to choose, but not so much that it makes it absolute certainty. What does that mean? It means that the person who's actually in Islam right now is born in a state where they don't hear about Jesus, they hear about Allah, that their best chance of actually being able to have Jesus applied to them would actually be in an Islamic state. Most likely because they're learning about a God that would say, hey, look, um, on a whim, I just can decide whether or not I think on today's date I'm going to let you come in to paradise just because I will it on this time. And or to see a God that says, hey, look, the only way that you can know that you're going to be able to be in my presence is actually to kill someone in a holy war. That doesn't sound like a loving God.
so so from my understanding, you reject the Christian teaching that that God is absent in hell, because it sounded like you said that he is in hell with everyone.
I would
Is
say
that
I don't know the answer to that. I'm
you
not
don't?
absolutely
Okay.
certainty. I think it's either that hell is the absence of God's presence, or I look at those verses that say, hey, I can't, as high as I go, you're there. As low as I go, you're there. If he's that way, then the only way that he would be able to be in
Right.
the presence of something that's imperfect is that it would have to be eternally cleansed.
Like,
So the question I would wrestle with to myself is, you said that God does something for everyone to so that they can make a good choice to avoid hell.
Yes. Yes.
And so my question would be, is that really true? Because maybe, like, I can sincerely tell you today, I don't see God pushing me towards any particular way, right? Um, but someone, maybe you wouldn't agree with that. Maybe you'd say, well, he did, you're just not aware of it. But then that sort of contradicts the whole thing about God moving you. And
Does
so
as
I
what?
just wonder,
Let
I
me
just
ask
have
you
to ask
this.
myself that,
No, that's a good question. It's a great question. Let me ask you this. Does anything I'm saying make sense to you within your paradigm that you understand as you understand things?
to a degree. I'm still wrestling with a few concepts, but yeah,
yeah.
That's fine.
I
That's fine.
understand the consistency. Yeah.
So right now you're in a state where you aren't convinced of it, but you can at least see that, oh, well, there's a possibility of something that Greg may be saying that I've got to wrestle with. Um, uh, I would say that God would probably take you to the point where you're going to be able to say, I'm like equally convinced of this or that, what it comes down to is I'm going to take a step of faith and either believe that it's a who that does what Greg is saying, or I'm going to choose to believe that it's not that. You just haven't gotten to that point yet where he's got you
Right.
convinced one way or another. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a few things I'm going to chew on from.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick two things out of the conversation today.
Which has been a fire hydrant.
Yeah, I mean, I want
Yeah.
to kind of whittle it down to at least two big ones, right? And say, well,
Yeah.
okay, the one thing that's stumping me is if God is, a is God a who or a what, and how would I know? Because he wants to know more of himself. Does that really make sense from the very beginning? Like when we say that God was this non-conscious
Conscious
or
entity.
unconscious, subconscious entity,
Yeah.
right? How did it come to the point where it evolved into a wanting God, a needful God? So that's one of my things right there that I'd have to really think about and take
And that's where
everything
you're
he
going to
said.
have to look at autonomics as well,
Yeah. And I'll
because
look
it
at
would have
that.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
and I guess the other thing, we're going back to free will, like
Yes.
saying that, God knows the future, he knows what we're going to do, yet we're responsible for what it is we do. So I have to wrestle with that, and then that ties into the problem of evil and suffering and stuff. So
I
those are two
completely
things
get it.
I'm gonna look at, and again, internally consistent. That's what I'm gonna look for, the internal consistency there.
Hey, and if you come up with thoughts and you have challenges to what I've said, trust me, I'm looking for truth too. I'm not trying to say, hey, I'm going to argue for this position. I didn't come to this position because I went the oh well, traditional Christianity says this is the way it's supposed to be, because obviously what I'm saying is not necessarily traditionally
Hmm.
the traditional thought there. So I'm open to people challenging and saying, hey, I think that you're wrong on this, because that gives me something to go chew on, because I want to find truth. I don't want to be living a lie. Just like I don't think Caleb or you or Scott are
Yeah.
that way.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, so would you say that? Would you believe it's that it's possible though that if God is all loving, that
Yeah.
even if there is a hell and he sends people there, or they send themselves
They send
there,
themselves
whichever one,
Yeah.
that eventually they will end up in heaven. Like,
I don't think so, and I think it goes down to what the if what he's told us is that what we're dealing now with is what is the nature of our soul, and I think our soul is eternal. There's a spiritual aspect of things that is eternal, and so I think that just like the angels, that all they could have is spiritual death, the second death. He says that basically what people experience is the second death, which is an eternal thing.
so yeah, for
He's
me,
telling us. He's telling us the nature. I don't think God is sitting there saying, "Hey, I like it this way." I'm thinking he's saying that it is this way. It just is this way. And so he's trying to help us understand that if we are spiritual beings, we're going to deal with a spiritual eternity, and that's either going to be reconciled to perfection or left in a state of incompatibility with perfection.
like to me, I at least currently I can't reconcile an all-loving God with an eternal hell. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. But I think you're still thinking of hell as being a place that God says, I'm going to stick people here because this is how I judge them. And I think it's a state that you end up when you're incompatible with him.
So, all right, well, help me out a little, at least trying to understand it, because
Yeah.
I know with how many Christians there are, there I know there's Christians who will say that in order to enter heaven, all you need is belief in God. I've heard Christians who say all you need is good works, and then I've heard Christians who say you need both. Like, where are you on that? Like, what exactly is it that is required of you to enter into heaven?
First of all, define what I think belief is. I think when a lot of people talk about belief, they think of it as like that I believe that this entity exists. It's almost like intellectual assent. It's like Thomas Jefferson. I believe there was a Thomas Jefferson. I believe in George Washington. That's not the kind of belief that God's talking about. I think when you talk about belief in God, it's belief in his identity or his who he is and what his purpose is or his goals. So you are agreeing with him or are believing in him from the standpoint of that I am completely dependent upon this being, that he is the only source of life. He is the only source of goodness. He is the source of all these things, if that makes sense. And that he is the standard of perfection.
So let's say though, like that,
yeah,
because I know there are non-Christians or my fellow atheists who I see who seem to be more Christ-like than actual Christians, and so my thing is like, at the end of the day, if it would that terrible Christian enter into heaven and that good atheist go to hell just based on the atheist just not believing? Like that just how does that work? Like
the answer is yes. The reason why is because is that good atheist perfect?
Well, I mean, no one's perfect.
Okay, so whether it's a good Christian or a bad Christian or a good atheist or a bad atheist has nothing to do with whether or not that person ends up getting to heaven. So it's not by someone saying, hey, I have chosen to believe these things, that's why they're getting into heaven. It's whether or not God has actually changed their nature and made them compatible with him. So the question is whether or not they were sincere in saying, I know I can't do this on my own, and you're going to have to make me perfect. At that point, it has no bearing how they act or what they do. It's what they are. Does that make sense?
I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't. It makes sense as that I can follow you, but it doesn't make sense, at least in my own moral understanding of things. Like to me, like if like that, this like to me, it's like if like the 6 million Jews that were killed in the Holocaust, and then Hitler were standing side by side with God, and God told the Jews, well, Hitler, he embraced
Christ as the Savior.
He embraced me, so he's going to heaven, and all of you are going to hell. Like that's, to me, that just blows my mind.
I know, it does. I would say that from when you're dealing with perfection, though, it should blow our minds that any of us get there. The one way I used to say it was, and because I completely understand what you're saying, it seems to make no sense. It's almost like from a moral standpoint, we're all doing pole vault, and Adolf Hitler's running up and he's falling down on the mat. He stumbles and falls down on the runway trying to get there from a moral standpoint. And I don't know if it's Mother Teresa or whoever you think is the greatest, Gandhi, you name it. Who is the best person that you can think of from a moral standpoint? They're setting the world record. But what happens if the bar, they're setting pole vault 28 feet or something like that. Someone's setting the world record for moral purity on their own. But what happens if the bar is set at the Empire State Building? Does it really matter how perfect you are compared to me? None of us are going to clear the bar. And that's what God is saying, is none of you all are going to clear the bar. The only way that you can clear the bar is actually if I grab you and I take you over the bar. That's how you clear the bar. And I love you so much that I'm willing to do that for you, but you have to accept the fact that you can't do it on your own, and you have to be willing to get in my hand and allow me to carry you over it. And he says the only way that this bar could be cleared is if I pay the penalty for you. There's only one way that this happens. And part of that goes back to what is sin. And I can explain that to you. Christians do a very poor explanation of what sin is. We think it's all about laws and different things. Did you do the right thing or choose to do the wrong thing and all that? It's not only about that. It's almost like genetic. It's like if I'm imperfect and my wife is imperfect, then we're going to produce something that's coming from something that's imperfect. So it's going to be imperfect. Even if it did everything right, it would be coming from something that's imperfect. And God says that through the third and fourth generation, you would have to go that far before something where there was no imperfection at all, before naturally you could be in my presence, which is the reason why Jesus actually stays in the grave for 3 days. is because a generation is like 1,000 years from his perspective. So he stays in the grave the minimal amount of time to do the maximal amount of effect. But what he's basically saying, just to make it simple for you, is that even if you're saying you're not Adolf Hitler, or then let's say you're Mother Teresa, you still can't clear the Empire State Building. So you have to depend on something else. And he's saying, I came to Earth and I did what it took to actually make it so that you could clear the bar. And I'm offering it to you as a free gift. Would you accept it? And all you have to say is, yes, God, I recognize I'm not perfect. I recognize I can't make myself perfect, that I need you to make me perfect. And I'm saying, would you apply your remedy to me? That's why I would say that, how you have some people that say, well, what happens if this person never heard about Jesus? They're the kid on the mountaintop that's never done anything wrong, and they're never heard about Jesus. Is that person going to hell? I would say it comes down to, did they ever reach a point where they said, hey, wait a minute, I recognize I'm not everything. There's got to be something that's bigger than me. How do I reconcile this difference? And if they were sincere and all they could say is help, I think a God who says that he wants that none should perish but all would have eternal life would look at that help and say, I know the intent of your heart. I'm applying Christ to you, even though you've never heard the name Jesus.
So on your view, just to be clear, reconciliation to God from this state of sin.
Yes.
Does this depend on a particular belief, like believing that Jesus died for our sins, really, like in real life, and then we have to really use that as the transaction that buys us out of that situation?
Well, to me, that would make God unjust if it was just that, from the standpoint of what if someone never heard about Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Then God would be in a state of saying, I had a remedy that I could have given to you, and you may have chosen had I given you the opportunity, but I never gave you that opportunity. I think it's what God is saying when he says that I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me, that there's no name under heaven by which man can be saved except for the name of Jesus. He's saying that the only way that anyone actually gets there is on the basis of what Jesus Christ did. But he's not saying that the only people that are going to get there are the ones that said, I heard about Jesus. I asked Jesus to be my savior. He knows the intent of a person's heart, and whether or not that person, in crying out and saying, God, or I don't even know, God, if you exist, but if you do exist, I want you. I want something that's perfect love. I want something that's perfect mercy. I want that. So if you are real, would you make it possible for me to relate to you? If you really mean it and are sincere about that, I think it is possible that God would apply Christ to you.
Who wouldn't, what kind of people wouldn't think that way?
Who wouldn't think that way?
Who wouldn't? Yeah, I would say, like,
or who wouldn't accept that?
Right, exactly. Like, let's say,
it would be crazy.
Right. I think anybody.
I hate to say that, but I think it would be crazy.
I don't think most people in general think of themselves as perfect, never being,
I agree.
faulty in any kind of way. And everybody wants to strive to be, and people maybe a good portion, maybe a third, or maybe something like that of people that exist don't know if God exists. They don't really know.
Yeah.
I would say no one really knows, but there's people who admit they don't know, and there's people who admit that they won't admit that. There's a lot of people who say, I know God exists. 100%. I do street epistemology, and I hear it all the time. I'm like, how confident are you that God exists? Oh, I'm 150%. It's like they never
with absolute
say
certainty.
Right,
I
they never say
you
under
don't know
100.
what knowing means.
Right, it's like they always say I'm 150% sure.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. So but we can agree they don't have that kind of certainty, right?
That's
so
right.
then, so if a person, though, if they're able to admit, well, I don't know if there's a God, but I know that I'm imperfect. I screw up. I want to be a better person. I think that's generally most people.
Most people, I agree.
So those people, it seems like, should be people that are in God's good graces. Would you agree, or no?
Not in God's good graces, because it's not about It's not about that. It's about whether or not you're perfect or imperfect. Or if you're imperfect, you're not compatible with him.
Right, but
And so
they
you have
want
to
to
deal
be.
with that.
So
Yes.
that's
Let's test it. Let's test it right now. Hey, Caleb, do you think you're perfect?
no.
Okay. If there was a God
Mhm.
who made a remedy and he was real, would you, and he said that this remedy is free, would you say, yes, God, would you make that remedy? Recognizing you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in that God right now. I get that. But let's just test it and say, if that God is existent and he can make known to you and maybe work you to who he exactly is, would you say yes to him and say, yes, God, would you make your remedy apply to me? I don't necessarily even believe in you yet, but if you are real, I would want you. I'm just not there. But would you make that remedy apply to me? Would you do that right now?
I would honestly say I don't know if I would or not.
I
Why
would
would you
say,
not? Why would, because he's not, I'm not even saying that you have to believe that he exists. I'm saying that if he does exist and all you're saying is, God, I don't know that you exist or not, but if you do exist, I would want what you are. Would you make it possible for me to relate to you?
well, it's
Why
like
wouldn't you say yes, God, to
oh no,
that?
so I would say that it's like, do I want to know if God exists? Sure, it's like that. That would be nice to
sure,
know.
he's just putting a bunch of ifs. Like
I'm
if
putting so many ifs that
Yeah,
yeah, that
you don't
right,
even have to believe anything.
right.
I'm
I
not
think
even
that's a
making
no-brainer
belief a
for me.
possible.
I'd say, yeah, sure, sign me up.
well,
Okay, so Scott
well,
would say
I
yes.
think that's the issue is all those other ifs. It's like I just
Right.
like if I would just if you were just like, hey, do you want to better understand the God that created you? Yes.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I would agree. I want that. I
So
would want that.
let me ask you this then: if you're
Mhm.
saying that you would have to have all those ifs answered, would you say that your greatest desire is for that God, or that your greatest desire is for proof of that God?
Well, my issue though is with what God supposedly is. I guess it's like it's like to me, it's like if believing and accepting God is real and worshiping Him to me are two different things. It's like to me, it's like there is nothing in life that is worth true worship, and so
I
that's
didn't say anything about worship.
Right. He didn't say anything about so
I put no conditions on this other than, hey, God, if you are real, I think I would want something that would be perfect in the way that this is being described. I don't know if he's right, but if you are real, I would want you. And if I would want you, I know I probably can't get there because I'm not perfect. I would have to reconcile myself to perfection. And I know I can't do that myself. So if you have a remedy for it, would you make it available to me? That's all I'm asking, saying
okay.
that I'm
All right, I
putting to
think I
you.
see what you're saying, and
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
Then
yeah,
you would say yes to that.
yes.
Do you want to do that now?
I mean,
we
I
just
don't
did.
know. Yeah, I don't know what that would do. It's like, yeah,
All
sure,
It doesn't
all I'm
matter.
saying is that for you to verbalize it, say, "Hey God, if you are real, would you make your remedy apply to me?"
yeah.
Say it to him.
To what? I mean,
All I'm
If
asking you to
remember, if the God is true, it's
I'm
not
if
yeah.
the God is true. I'm giving you if if you're real,
yeah. If God,
then
if you're real, then apply your remedy to me.
Yeah,
I,
if
I,
God you're real, please apply your remedy to me. If
then
you exist
yeah.
and if I'm a sinner and this is real, then sure, sign me up, please. So I guess what Greg's
And
getting at
yeah.
is that the choice the
but
choice is easy on us, but then the choice is really up to God. And from what he's saying, he has faith that God will fulfill his promise to say, look, all
That's
those
right.
who believe in
but
me will,
but
you
that
know,
goes.
If you're sincere in that, I think God would say, he
I
wants,
think
he's
most
not looking
people
for,
are.
he's not looking for a way to keep people out. He's looking for how to get you in.
But you just told me though that if the 6 million Jews and Hitler were standing before God, and
Yes.
God told Hitler like, "Come on in, you believed in me," and then told the Jews that he had just murdered, that, oh well, you didn't believe in me, so you're going to hell. Like that's just
I didn't say that. Because I'm thinking
you said that that was acceptable. You said that was
if those
acceptable, though.
Yeah, if those but I haven't said what those 6,000 Jews believed.
6 million.
6 million. I'm sorry, you're right. 6 million Jews believed. I don't know that those 6 million Jews might not be in a state where some of them did not have cried out and said, "I don't know about Jesus and all that kind of stuff, but God, I want you. You know that." I know about this remedy with Jesus. I don't know if it's real or not, but whatever, if that's the remedy, whatever the remedy is, would you make it apply to me? I want you. That God might not have applied Jesus to them in spite of them saying, I have doubts about it. There's a reason why the Bible says, there's a person that comes to him and says, Jesus, I believe, help me with my unbelief. We don't know any of these things with certainty. He's looking for a heart that says, if it is a possibility, would you make it apply to me?
I feel like I agree with the sentiment of the anonymous Jew who, I forget if it was just written or carved into the Auschwitz walls of, like, if, God, you will have to beg for my forgiveness. Like, that was like for what happened to me. It's like, no, it's not the other way around in that scenario. It's like, why? Like, you,
because he allowed that to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything there, because I think there will be people that will question God on a lot of things when they get there. The question is whether or not God would have an answer for it. I believe he will.
Like, I think it's easy for me to admit that I don't know a lot and that my limitation, we don't see the whole picture. I talked about it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, on a non-dualist view, right? I show, like, I did this little non-dualist test with my kids when they were young, and they really liked it. And I'd show them a picture of a forest with all these trees, because they're like, Daddy, what's non-dualism? I said, okay, look at this picture. And I said, count how many trees are there? And they tried to count, and they're like, had to give up. It's like, I don't know, Dad, like hundreds, thousands. My daughter's like, millions. But I said, what if I told you there's just one? And they're like, oh, that's silly. I said, well, that's because you're not seeing what's under the ground.
Right.
Under the ground is the roots and the trunks that are connecting everybody together. They're all communicating with each other. It's all connected. So it's actually one thing. We just call these separate little appearances as trees. But even on the trees, you've got branches, you've got leaves, but all that stuff is pretty much connected. And you can expand out further to the environment, the ecosystem, and the whole thing. So a lot of times, a lot of our concepts are just based on our limitation of not seeing the whole picture.
Yeah,
and like I guess what Greg's saying,
ant walking on the tapestry.
Right. And so what you're getting at is kind of the same idea here, that, maybe you're just not, these are good questions, but they're questions that maybe can be answered later on at some point, because right now you just don't see the whole picture. I'm willing to accept that. I'm more than willing to accept. And in fact, it's part of my philosophy. But until I actually do see it, I can't really say I believe it. But at the same time, like you said, Greg, which I think is a more Christian way to approach it, is to say, if it were true, if this was the case, would you be willing? Then you're really getting at the heart of a person. You're getting at you're kind of like let's get all the minutia out of the way. Let's get to the important part.
Yeah.
The important thing, are you someone who wants, to be better as a person, who wants to be, so that makes sense. I can accept that, but I think with a lot of atheists, as you probably know, Greg, a lot of atheists get hung up on the details and the minutia, and it creates a stumbling block. It creates like a wall.
Yeah. Well, and I don't fault that, because I think there are some people who accept this stuff from a simplicity standpoint. Just, okay, yeah, I can do. It's like doubting Thomas or whatever in the Bible. Some people look at doubting Thomas and think, oh, what an idiot, what a jerk. And it's like, no, it's just that's the way they think about life. And I don't think God faults someone for being skeptical.
Well, no, it's like,
I think that's okay. I think it's actually good. I think a skeptic that actually resolves some of these questions probably gets closer to God than someone who just simply says, I accept it the way it is without ever contemplating it.
He's serious, you know.
He's serious about it. I think God would think you're
Yeah.
more intentional and actually more sincere when you do say yes.
like, I feel like a lot of a common mistake I see with theists that just assume about atheists is that it's like we just don't want to believe in God, and it's like,
Right.
no, I growing up in a Catholic household in a Catholic environment, and
Yeah.
you know, getting a Christian education, it's like I wanted to believe in God. It's like the thought of him not existing scared the excuse my language, but the shit out of me. It's like,
Okay. I have no problem with it.
and it's like, so like becoming an atheist took a lot of courage. It's like to have to let go of something so foundational to yourself. Like it's like that's
Took a lot.
And so it's like if there is a God, it's like it's like I'm trying to believe as many true things as possible and as few false things as possible. So if there is a God out there, it's like I would want to accept that as true if that's truly the case, you know.
Yeah.
And you know,
And
be warned. Be warned. You know, there's a lot of people that have near-death experiences, and they have this direct experience, according to them, the impression that they spoke to God or they saw God for themselves, and the impression doesn't leave them. But what they also mainly will tell you is that's not something you'd want necessarily, because now that they've seen it and they've talked to God, and now that they're back in this world, they don't know how to process and integrate that into their life. It's not easy. It creates a lot of depression. It creates a lot of a lot of long lasting, lifelong positives, but also negatives.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing to keep in mind. But hey, look, I have to get out of here. It's been 4 hours. Yeah.
Hey, Caleb, it was I'm very pleased that I got to meet you today and chat with you. I thought it was a great discussion, Scott. Thank you as always.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah.
We'll do it again.
The same. Yeah, I'm
I've
glad
got other questions. I'd like to discover more things.
Sounds
for this,
good.
So.
Yeah.
You guys take care.
All right, man.
Joel, you take care too.
All right, Joel.
Awesome.
We'll see y'all later, man. Appreciate you,
guys.
Caleb. All right,
Appreciate you, Caleb. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye,
Bye-bye, folks.